Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And why are you guys, why are you here? Why would you be here? Uh, just kidding. Oh my gosh, it has been quite a week. Quite a week. A whirlwind of time. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It is, oh my goodness. And we're coming up to the last week of full trial coverage for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It will be over at some point. It will be, well, I mean, really, the trial will be over Friday. The jury verdict, we'll see when that comes back. I would assume they're going to have it done before Memorial Day because everybody's going to want to go home. Although I don't know that I think the jury's probably going to be sequestered during their deliberations. If I had to guess, I don't know if we have any info on that. I'll have to try and find out, but this thing's going to be basically over in a week. And I don't know what we're going to do with our lives. What are we going to do when we don't have this thing every day? I had to close all my windows because tomfoolery. There we go. That's better. Now I'm reopening them all. So anyway, it's going to be over, and we'll have to find some other thing to hang out with. Hope many of the new people will hang around for the night shows, and we will find some new daytime coverage. Just depends on exactly what it's going to be. I'm not sure. Tonight, we're going to do a little recap. So here's the deal. Legal Mindset wants the link. Oh, well. Does he really? Is he here? Legal Mindset? He's welcome on. Let me do that. Let me get you here. So here's the deal. I have a bunch of super chats from today and yesterday. I'm not going to roll those into tonight's show. I mentioned it on the show today, the daytime show, but if you missed it, I am going to do a stream tomorrow, probably around 1 p.m. Central Time, in which I will do all of those, if that makes sense. I will go in gray like that. I will catch up on all the super chats from the past 2 days. It's just, if I start reading them again tonight, whoa. If I start reading them tonight, we'll get like way into the weeds on it, and the show will go on forever. I'm really tired, and kind of just looking to chill out. And I think the nighttime stream could use a little bit of a break from Johnny Depp stuff for a day. So that'll be good. We're just going to have a good chill time. There will, like I said, short recap of the day in a little bit, and then we'll just kind of go on with a regular show. Try and keep it around the 3-hour mark today. But we'll see how that goes with the addition of this man.
Yo, I was just about to go get lunch, but I'm like, all right, I'll stop by for a couple minutes here.
Well, cool.
I'm starving. What's going on,
man? Speaking of starving, I got off the stream. I went to sleep.
When? What time did you finish it? What time did you cut it?
6 Central. Okay. And so then I slept until about 9:30. I came down here to set up the show, and I was like, just sitting there staring at my computer screen for a while. So I got the show set up, and then I went upstairs. I'm like, I'm hungry, and I only have 30 minutes to get some food. So I microwaved some leftovers, but it was only like a half serving because Lady Rackets, I had these leftovers from the other day, and Lady Rackets ate half of them. And I was like, oh. So now after the stream, I'm probably going to eat and then collapse in a heap.
I mean, and I was telling Joe, because Joe's looking dead right now, and I'm like, I don't know how you guys, because I passed out like after I got off your stream. I just passed out for a while so I could get up and do my stream, and I had to delay it by another hour because I'm just like, I was just wiped. I've got to recover, and like you said, streaming is something you need to build up to. You cannot just jump into this and do it for as long as you do it.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste, so to speak. But I like it. I just it's like fighting against biology of needing some sort of rest. But yeah, so it's been a little bit hectic. I'm looking forward to having some time tomorrow to not stream for the whole day, but I will still be doing a daytime stream to catch up. There's just a lot of processing that needs to be done on this week, because this week was a disaster for Amber.
It's a dumpster fire. Like this, nothing good came out of this week. I mean, there was like little nuggets, but you have to take it as a whole. As like, if you're the jury, what did you walk away from? And you walked away not believing Amber Heard. I mean, that's the summary is, I don't believe Amber Heard. I don't believe any part of her story after today. After this week. Sorry, after this week.
After this week, it was just, I mean, it started with her direct, which was kind of anemic in general, but at least it was something. And then the cross and redirect were such disasters. And then everything afterward has been just hammer blow after hammer blow, re-emphasizing this story shouldn't be bought by anybody. And so, yeah, she looks bad as of right now. And they don't have much left before they close their case in chief, and it goes back to rebuttal. And Johnny's got 18 hours to just play with them. So that's a mess.
That time deficit, 8 to 18, that's bad. Like, that is real bad. I mean, thinking about it, and I was talking about this with Joe, is that I think they've got to, on Monday, the Amber Heard's team has got to say, we're done, and just pitch it over, because they're going to need those 8 hours just to respond to what Johnny's team puts out there.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, even if they finish now, they can put whomever they want on the stand on rebuttal, close out 10 hours of time, force them to respond with their 8 hours, however they do that. And then they have 10 extra hours. I mean, they have a 10-hour advantage on this thing to just cook them alive with no response, which is nuts. So
does this timer go for closing? This include closing, or is closing a separate clock?
Closing is separate.
Separate clock. Okay. Separate clock for closing. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So to the chat, we were talking, so I've seen you. I see you. We both know Runkle's stream was forcibly privated by YouTube. We don't know what the deal is. We just know that the Runkle was streaming with DUI guy and Rob, Law and Lumber. And for whatever reason, YouTube forced it private. It's not like a strike, not a takedown. We don't know what the hell happened. Okay.
Right.
So that's that. They had like 37,000 people watching. I'm like, what, at 11? Okay, go for it. But people are on this Johnny Depp juice, man. They're on it. So we're aware. I don't know what we can actually do about it right now. Since we don't even know
talk about it. I mean, that's all we can do is say, hey, it's brought down. We hope that Team YouTube fixes it. I mean, you can at Team YouTube, right? I mean, Nick, that's some sort of strategy on Twitter. That's about the best we can do.
If you guys want to help, I guess go tweet at, don't start with an at on Twitter. If you're like new to Twitter, if you start with an at, it just goes on their timeline and nobody in the world sees it. Just say, hey, at Team YouTube, why did you take down at Runkle of the Bailey's live stream? Bring it back, please. People want to hear this. That's the type of stuff that helps. And literally hundreds, if not thousands of people tweeting that. There is no way to fix YouTube problems anymore other than Twitter campaigns. People get strikes. It's unjust. They appeal them. They're denied within minutes. You go on YouTube or on Twitter and you get a Twitter campaign going, and you can get whole channels reinstated that are deleted. So
it's insane. It really is insane, but it works. We've seen it work. I mean, Nick has been like first party witness to this. You know how we'll get a Twitter campaign and like this, something that the appeal process is completely ignored, will be fixed in 15 minutes.
Yeah. So if you want to help them out, like legitimately, that would be a great thing to do. Just a simple tweet. People can retweet and stuff, but typing them up and flooding them so they know that the issue happens. Because here's how this works. Let's say there's a grab ass, hypothetically named Shavid Dane, or maybe even David Shane, who might work PR for someone called Amber Heard, right? And he might have a habit of running around and just inappropriately touching people or something, according to reports in the news. That might be a reputation that he has developed. Like he might be a walking Me Too case, according to media reports. That might be the thing. So let's say it's him, this hypothetical leprechaun, who wants to look like Stanley Tucci, but he can't. Let's say that he has organized some algorithmic or some sort of bot or whatever, some thing to repeatedly flag certain topics like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. There's a big live stream going on
to auto flag it
with people who are gaining a lot of popularity. And this thing starts hitting the flags on community guidelines. And eventually it goes to some guy named Hamesh in a completely different country than the United States, who's contracted by Google to go ahead and enforce community guidelines, because Google outsources their community guidelines enforcement, which I think is basically fucking criminal, but that's what they do. Let's say that hypothetically has happened. Mm-hmm. The review process, the appeal process for any sort of enforcement on that will go to that same third-party company. It won't actually go to a YouTube employee here in the States. And so then the Twitter campaign, Twitter is actually monitored by Team YouTube, which is local to the US. And then they will sometimes grab those things. So that's why this works. I can't confirm that this is all true, but it's all true. I can't tell you, like, I can't point to a document because you.
I know.
Yeah, they don't publish documents on this stuff, but this is how it works. That's why the Twitter campaigns work. That's why it's critical. I know Twitter is super gay and everybody hates it, and this is going to lead into my first rant of the night in just a second.
I love it.
This is why, if you actually really want to support creators, this is the only way. There is nothing else you can do that is more valuable than participating in a Twitter campaign for to reinstate or overturn an unjust ruling or decision by YouTube. There's nothing else, which leads me to why Twitter is so fucking critical to not be able to ban everybody for whatever they want. Because customer service has moved away from these companies and has been outsourced to a Twitter team, and you get your only customer service. I mean, think about this. These are creators who make platforms like YouTube hundreds of thousands of dollars a year each in advertising revenue. And they can't get somebody at YouTube to help them out unless people tweet about it. When my flight got canceled by United, and I had to go rearrange for the next available flight. My wife and I were stuck in Houston overnight because of a storm. We tried to get the next available flight. I was standing in line at United at the airport, and I got on Twitter, and I tweeted to United, and I had a person DM me, and we resolved the thing in DMs. I got my tickets refunded, and I was able to book new flights on my phone before moving 10 feet, and I had 80 feet to go.
But you know very well why they responded to you and why they did it. It's because when you look at Nick or Kid, how much are you at Twitter right now? Didn't you just hit 100K? I mean, 100K. Back then you weren't. But I mean, if you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K followers on Twitter and you put out these campaigns and people are retweeting it, it is going to get their attention. Their PR people are sitting on this, waiting for them. And it's not fair because a regular average Joe doesn't have a Twitter account, isn't getting this level of customer service. but it's a reality, whether or not we like it, right? It's a reality.
Yeah, it's well, actually, I would say average Joes do get, like, when
You can if you do it.
Yeah, but you have to do it. You have to get on Twitter and do that. And that's why I think that banning people from Twitter is so egregious, because, and it's like, it doesn't make any sense, but this is just what companies are doing. And so if that's the case, if this is how we interact with the world through Twitter, which is super weird that it's that way, then it becomes really an issue of banning people. By the way, Runkle, I DM'd you. I DM'd you the link. Pop on in, buddy. Pop on in. Let us know what's going on. We'll see what we can do. See if we can't get some shit going.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, put out the tweet. Like and we're ready. You know, let's do it. Let's do the retweet. Let's get it done right now. You know.
Okay, Runkle's got a tweet out. I'm gonna quote tweet it with my own.
Tweet it, I'll retweet it.
Hey, at team.
Actually, I'll do it.
YouTube. Too. 3 lawyers discussing a public trial is in no way a TOS violation. Please address this immediately. Also, David Shane is... No, I shouldn't do that. I'll do that in a separate tweet. Well, wait, maybe I should. By the way, if David Grabass Shane is involved in flagging, you know this is a campaign to silence the public. I'm Amber Heard.
Oh yeah, I had a video.
There we go. Guy. Tweet. The tweet is up, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'm going to share a link to that tweet in the chat. If you want to go ahead and retweet, quote, tweet, like, subscribe, you know, thank you for coming to the channel. Do any of those things. It really, like, legitimately, it really is the way to help. That's the way to go. And here's the man himself, the man with the stream to end all streams. Well, at least his own stream. On?
So epic.
What's going on, Runkle?
Well, that was annoying. So yeah, had a stream discussing, you know, the trial recap. Nothing too spicy in there. We were avoiding any sort of spicy words or anything like that, but just talking about the absolute dumpster fire of that Elaine worked on her own. They kind of forgot which side they were on today.
Oh, it was so bad.
Like, it was the worst. It was literally the worst. So I discussed that for 2 hours, and there were, you know, 37,000 people when I wrapped it up. And then I'm seeing like tons of messages going, what the heck? Why was I kicked off? I was watching late and I can't finish. And I look and it's marked as, private, but it's marked as, private, locked, restrictions, terms and policies. And there's an appeal button. And when I click that, I get appeal not available.
That's ridiculous.
You may have to appeal it via email. You may want to check whatever email account your YouTube is hooked up to, because some types of policy violations, like for example, hypothetically, if there was a notorious grab ass involved and they went through YouTube legal to shut you down, then that would not go through community guidelines and would have an email, because YouTube legal does not operate on the appeal system through YouTube Creator Studio.
Oh, hey, I do have an email. So here's what they're saying. It is the issue.
Okay.
To make sure it doesn't violate our spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy.
Yes. Oh, lovely.
What? Like, they act like you're shilling some, like,
I was selling exactly no things.
Yeah.
I had a brief discussion on why I don't have any merch.
So this one isn't you, I'm betting. This is because there's that fucking lame crypto scam that's been going on for the past 8 weeks that people keep falling for. Live interview with Johnny Depp with an Elon Musk QR code. What's up, Lawn Lumber? Oh, he can't hear us.
No, he can't hear you, but
he can see us.
But yeah, so it's likely a result of that. Well, I would say actually you've been flagged. I'm guessing you've been flagged. I'm guessing you have probably due to your interview today received the ire of David Shane.
Yeah,
I have a very strong suspicion that I am on their PR team's radar.
Yep.
100%. You and Rob and DUI guy for sure, because you showed up in court and got quite a bit of attention, are 1,000,000% on their radar.
There was an interesting moment where Amber Heard turned and looked sort of directly at at me, and as well as the people next to me who were Rob and DUI guy, and like cracked this weird smirk. So I was just like, okay, that felt real weird. So
yeah.
It's I'm not used to having sort of powerful enemies, but I guess that's kind of a thing now.
Yeah, well, I mean, what they're going to do on this stuff is trying to leverage the mechanisms of annoyance against you, right? Like, you didn't violate a policy, there's no scam, deceptive practice, or spam with you discussing what is an ongoing developing thing in a new way with 2 other people. You're all qualified to talk about this. You're all actually live. It's not a pre-recording being played over and over, but they know if they can go in and flag it as spam and get it taken down, then it's effective. And it's a stupid way that YouTube implements policy, but they do.
Yeah. And if they can get it stalled for 24 hours, even, that's a big win for them.
Oh yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's insane. I'm gonna monitor my email.
And you're down 2.
You gotta be. We'll see what happens. I am really curious about this guy. I think he shut down his own stuff, which people may criticize. Whatever you think about David, the alleged grab ass Shane, whatever you think about this guy, he shut down his social media and stuff, but he did that. It's actually the smartest professional move at this current time, because he's representing Amber Heard. That's his job. And the attention on him was impacting his ability to do that. So, so credit to him, even though he may be a grab ass.
I have heard that rumor about him.
Well,
I've seen once again, several news reports about it.
But it would be another situation. I cover this on my channel where if this was a different era or something else different, I would defend David Shane because it said, "Let me see a police report," because it's like sort of an Aziz Ansari type allegation. It's a, hey, she came over and she went to his penthouse alone with him. It seems like there's no actual essay that went down, right? Uncomfortable, boorish, bad, yes. However, he's representing Amber Heard. And that's the problem here. If this was a rando, I might even defend him, but he's not a rando. He's representing Amber Heard, who's making the exact same type of allegations, which is the irony of this.
And Amber Heard and her team have notoriously been going after private commentators for years now on this stuff. It's been shown that they have done this. She used her attack dog, Eve Barlow, to do a lot of it. Now, if there is a flagging campaign going on, I would have a strong suspicion that it's greased with PR dollars from her current PR team. And the reason is they know how bad this week went. I mean, they know how bad it went. There is no, normally these guys would be able to just write a press release about how happy they are with how things went. You can actually see this. I saw an article today in geo.tv or something, and it said, Amber Heard's friend confirms Johnny Depp cut off his own finger. That's the story from the testimony from Rocky Pennington. And of course you read the story where Rocky Pennington kind of testified to that. She can't say how, or she can't even say what he said. I just remember that he indicated that he cut off his finger. It's like, well, what even is that? But that's the stuff they would normally do. They would put these stories into the ether, let them, metastasize and go out. And then they would be able to say, things are good, and they'd control the narrative. They can't anymore because of guys like Runkle, guys like DUI guy, and Law and Lumber, who are out there live saying, no, this is what the jury's actually doing during all this. It doesn't matter what their testimony is because there's nothing going on. Like everybody's checked out.
How do they spend an entire day like on things like calling their own client a perjurer?
Right. Oh my God.
That was terrible. That was terrible.
DUI guy, check your Instagram,
bro.
buddy. Yeah. Check your Instagram. I got you.
That was not just bad. It was so unbelievably bad in ways that were just unimaginable.
First of all, the Adam Waldman deposition was one of the stupidest things they could have done.
Yeah,
I'm certain that was Amber Heard making that call, because I think that the only way that happens is if Amber Heard thinks she's winning and instructs her team that they have to play this so that they have a chance at the counterclaim, because she thinks she can win that too. And I mean, this isn't going to make the counterclaim happen, but it's also, they just played Amber Heard perjury for, a good long time. And then this nice, affable lawyer who has a sense of humor that was getting people laughing also thinks Amber Heard is a perjurer and was serious enough about it to go to the cops.
Go to the cops with a binder that he didn't have to show it. He just described how thick his binder was. It's like, you did not have a binder that's 3.5 inches thick, but it's like, I got this binder and I brought it with all of the evidence that she was perjuring herself. And it's like, well, and you found out that was not true. And so you didn't recant it, right? It's like, well, that's not accurate. I just found out that it was being handled by a different department. The LA County Sheriff's Office was investigating her for perjury. And then I never heard anything after that. It's like, oh my God, that sounds bad. What's up, DUI guy? How you doing, man? Brother?
Hey, not much, man. I'm just trying to get Runkle's video out of jail right now with the help of Twitter, because I don't know what the hell happened, but I think we're going to turn Justice for Runkle into a new hashtag.
What is it? The email says that it's down for spam, scams, and deceptive practices. Because, I was selling so many things there.
Oh, you know what's possible? It's been probably flagged that you were maybe trying to promote something because you were getting so many donations. I couldn't even count how many donations you were getting per second. It's very possible that it was just an accidental flag. So you should reach out to them.
Is YouTube allergic to money?
Yes.
When it's too fast, too quickly, it's got to be a scam. I mean, there's no way you're possibly sharing useful and helpful information to the public. You must be scamming people, Runkle. You got to quit that shit.
As someone who has pulled in quite a bit of super chats, they'll tolerate a lot, though.
Runkle broke them. Runkle broke YouTube, bro.
I feel like Rick or Nick's got me beat on several occasions. Sorry, I'm super tired. I am pretty certain that I'm on the radar of the PR teams, and that's my suspicion.
You're not alone. It's you and me and Rob. We're the trio.
Yep.
And I'm okay with that.
You showed up. You showed up. You were in line.
That's the problem.
You live streamed from the line. You showed that everybody there, just about outside of a small contingent, are there on behalf of Johnny Depp. It looks really bad for Amber Heard. And there's no way around it. They can't PR their way out of organic journalism. And like I said,
Yep.
the insights that you guys have been giving and then popping in onto all of our streams to actually let people know at lunch that no, this is these jurors aren't engaged. They're not listening to Amber's people. That's all, like, that is so invaluable to the public and so devastating to Amber Heard. Because
have they tried maybe calling a witness who could testify to the jury about just how popular these pro Johnny hashtags are, and maybe call Amber Heard a turd in open court repeatedly?
It is part of the public record. Amber Turd is now a public permanent court record. It's out there.
I was just like, why do you put in front of the jury that there's like 100,000 people sharing justice for Johnny Depp online?
Yeah, and no, it was 1.2 million. It was 1.2 million just in the sample that they had. But no, it's like that guy was a catastrophe. But to answer your question, Runkle, the reason they can't is because Amber Heard is horrifying. She's a horrifying person. That seems evident. And the moment a money drip is turned off from her, when money and gifts are turned off from social leeches, they distance themselves immediately.
Yes.
They're just gone. You can't find them. They can't come. They're not going to travel across the country to support her. Even if she pays for it, that's the sad thing for them is even if she were to pay their plane tickets, they're not going to travel across the country and support her.
I feel like she could have a middling successful OnlyFans at this point.
No, but I think that's her future career. I mean, I think that really is her option.
Yeah, I mean, it's she's going to have to find something. I mean, maybe she can open her own coffee stand or something. But she's not going at this rate. It sure looks like any career she had in Hollywood is officially terminated.
I mean, you got to think
Pretty much.
One of the important things for if you're planning stuff out in Hollywood is you got to protect the high level talent. And if she's the kind of person who makes false complaints, then you can't put her in the same room as anybody important.
That's right.
Doug, check your.
I think she has just
check your DMs,
like gaslighted and like bullshitted her way through life for so long. She didn't realize that the legal process doesn't work that way. She has no experience. I mean, she's a 36-year-old. I mean, I know she looks 45 in most of her outfits and hairdos, but she's at the end of the day, she is. I gotta like. It's scary to think she's only 2 years older than me. You know, I just turned 34. She is 36.
Young pups.
She doesn't have all that much life experience. She's been riding the coattails of pretty much a lot of people, and then finally, of course, A-list celebrity Johnny Depp. And now she's confronted with reality. The legal process is very ruthless. It's unforgiving for those who try to manipulate and gaslight their way through. And she's learning the harsh reality.
Yeah, she can't sleep her way to the top on this one. This is one that, you know, it's not gonna. There's no the cute blonde girl privilege that's gonna get her out of the reality of court. You can't just tell these stories. Yes, your friends may believe you. Yes, your enablers may believe you. Because, by the way, I believe Amber Heard has more enablers than Johnny Depp ever had or will. But that doesn't work in court, and she's running up against that wall, and I think it's very frustrating for her.
Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty bad. And I can't I've been trying to wrap my head around like how disastrous the witness list was today when your big, I mean, the big PR piece was Ellen Barkin, right, is going to testify that Johnny Depp threw a bottle at her as a domestic partner. And the testimony that you have this, you have watched the video and edited it down, is she says, well, it wasn't a throw, it was a toss, and it wasn't at me, it was toward a group of us. And it's like, wait,
it didn't hit anybody.
It's so even
so it's like literally just whoop, you know, and just not.
Yeah. So even if he had actually thrown the bottle in some sort of anger, which it doesn't sound like the way she characterized it, but even if he did, it's not related in any way to domestic violence, according to your witness. So, and this was the bombshell. They put out a press release that this was coming. And it's the wet fart that comes out is just so mind-numbingly disappointing. But what about with the statistician, again, going back to this weirdo who has to end up testifying that, first of all, the justice for Johnny Depp is 1.2 million tweets. Amber Heard, they had to cut that out because the other blips don't even show up for Amber Heard. And then only about a quarter of those lesser blips are able to be counted as related to Adam Waldman at all. So it's like, wait, so you're talking in like a multi-month period, there are 10,000 tweets that might be related to Adam Waldman. That's what you're coming in with. Those are the numbers.
That's like a Tuesday for you. You know, it's like, come on now.
Oh, God. What's up, Joe?
I just got back from my doctor, and he said that I have law tube herpes. He suspects that I caught it from Legal Mindset.
Crabs.
So-
It's crabs, buddy. It's crabs. There's a shampoo for it.
Ronco, my friend.
Okay.
Hey,
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so tonight's been interesting.
To say the least.
Yeah, I sort of am in this place where I just like, I don't know what's going on with my life because now I've got, I didn't expect to have 100,000 subscribers, but I also didn't expect to have like a PR team actively working against me, which is what seems to be going down.
Yeah, it's this whole thing's insane. Joe, what are you thinking about today, man? You muted
Plug your
yourself.
mic in, Boomer.
God, Joe.
Damn it,
heard-
Joe.
You ever heard anything I said so far?
No.
Not a word
I was
that
wondering
came in
why
there?
you got so
No, you were
like
just
you came
talking
in,
to yourself.
you said, hey, Runkle, and then it was like nothing after that. And I was like, oh, well, that was weird. That was a cold intro for Joe. Normally he comes in, he's got fire spewing out of his ears or whatever. And then
Well, first and foremost, I caught law tube herpes from Legal Mindset here because
Yeah, he accused me of giving him crabs. I got that.
Right.
I got that part. I
And
got
then
that part.
I wanted to ask, I wanted to tell you, Runkle, don't you realize you're an activist for good? You and DUI guy and Rob, you basically have proven that really all you need is a law degree and a cell phone, and you suddenly basically can change the world. Because all of a sudden you have freaking Amber Heard, staring you down in court and freaked out and sicking her PR team on you. That's an amazing thing. That is an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. It shows the power that how starved the public at large is for truth and how influential cold hard truth is. This is a great day, and you represent the will of the common man. The fact that they had to go to these lengths to shut you down, that is amazing. That's an embarrassing white flag. Because what on earth could you possibly have done to violate anything? Seriously, what have you possibly done that you could have violated anything?
no,
There was actually a discussion on why I'm not selling merch. So the only thing I discussed was not the things I'm not selling.
yeah, no,
Like,
there.
That's such a scam, right?
It's
Don't
ridiculous.
buy
It's
my
ridiculous.
stuff because I don't
Absolutely
have
ridiculous.
Well, but again, it's not what you did because you didn't do anything. You know, you didn't violate terms, and upon appeal and investigation, they'll probably find out you didn't violate any terms, and they'll send a nice little apology. Sorry, so sorry for that.
The only thing that their PR team can accomplish is to basically put a temporary gag order on your video, and I think they've accomplished that. I mean, suffice it to say, it's private, forcefully. I don't know how many days or weeks it's going to take for it to become public again, but that's not going to stop us. It's a nice try, but the machine is going to keep on rolling.
If anything, the volume turns up louder. It just turns up louder.
Nick, shoot a link to Law and Lumber.
Okay, sending it right now.
Because I think he's got a rant for you.
Good. Yeah. I haven't
And,
seen this guy heated, so now I want to.
Good.
I'm titillated in a way.
I want him to hit him with a 2x4s.
If
3
you
by
can
4s,
hear in the
whatever.
background, that he's loading up a bottle too. So
Beautiful.
Oh wait, are we drinking? Are we having an
We should-
Irish funeral for your live stream?
you know what? I feel like I should grab a drink here too.
Amen. Turn this into a drinking stream right there. Celebrate. I want you to celebrate. This is a victory, Runkle.
I should give you a little caution though, because if I get some booze in me, I may just pass out. But I'm still going to give it
Don't
a try.
worry. You're at Rob's place, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's there. Don't worry. We'll have him come gingerly put you in bed.
Excellent.
We'll
Just
have
as
him-
long as he can just roll me into the rescue position.
I'm gonna go heat up some ramen in preparation for this crazy.
It will be YouTube gold if there's video of Rob dragging Runkle like he's 2 feet dragging as he's pulling him by the
to the couch.
Into the couch.
We can make this a real live stream. We can have Rob build Runkle a bed out of lumber and then lay him on it. Sleep well, Elvin Prince. Oh my goodness. So Joe, I haven't talked to you too much. Tell me about today. You've been watching.
Yeah.
You've been watching this disaster piece. Tell me what you observed today.
What I observed was a white flag. Because I don't see what the hell they're going to bring out. Every witness they brought, one witness after another. I was like, how is this more favorable to Amber than it is to that? This is so easy to spin back in favor of Johnny that it's like a joke. For example, they bring out that cop. They bring out that cop who's like the Los Angeles victims coordinator. And she basically says, yeah, we only file an incident report if there's like a complaint that there's some sort of kind from the alleged victim, but or there's some sort of violence, some sort of injury. If there's nothing like that, then no, it just goes into police logs. So I think Elaine is thinking to herself, oh, you see, they violated protocol. No, they didn't violate protocol. There was literally nothing. That's what that testimony comes and says. Literally zero, nothing at all. So
by the end of that, the jury just didn't care. I can
and
tell
it's
you
like, go ahead.
By the end of that one, the jury just didn't care. They were just like, oh, this is a complete nothing burger. Cool. That one wasn't a big deal because that one is just, that was the one that didn't accomplish anything. But
the thing
they
is,
had others that were just a complete own goal.
Well, I actually think that one was a little bit of an own goal, other than the jury being asleep through it. Because if you bring someone to criticize the job that the police officers did, you better fucking elicit some testimony that the police officers didn't do their job, rather than eliciting testimony that they did do their job and complied with the policies. Like, she needed to walk her through the pictures, show the pictures of her face, show the pictures of the destruction. I mean, she asked about it, but show the pictures of the destruction that happened and say, now, wouldn't you say there are signs of domestic violence here, and that officers in this type of situation should have at least taken an incident report? And then she could say, yeah, in their discretion, maybe they should have done that. That would have been powerful. It's certainly more powerful than the nothing they got, but it would have been something at least. What's shaking, Rob? What's going on, buddy?
How hot is my mic right now?
Oh no, you're right in butter territory.
Yeah,
right in butter territory.
It's
How about
sweet.
this one? YouTube, what the actual fuck? Like, are you fucking kidding me? We have 37,000 people in a live stream discussing an actual legitimate breakdown of the dumpster fire that was today's hearing in the Depp v. Heard trial. Are you fucking kidding me? Legitimately analyzing some of the worst decision making I've ever seen a legal team make in a fucking trial, and you guys flagged that shit? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this man hits 100,000 subscribers today, honestly, waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go stand in line, and he's been doing it all fucking week long, and you flagged that shit? Go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel.
Oh,
Look,
fuck you.
Rob,
I mean, like, oh my god, what the fuck?
I know you're new to this YouTube game, but you're being dipped in hot in this stuff. You're like, Rob's and YouTube's easy. My first video, 500,000 views.
No.
This is great.
I mean, I get it. Yeah, no, I understand that, and I knew there was a lot of like learning curve here. But when I'm watching someone who's honestly like finally reaping like benefits of some really hard work, Runkle has been getting zero sleep all week long, showing up at all the right times to publicly cover a trial that has legitimate media purpose and real implications. and he does legitimate coverage, comes home exhausted out of his fucking mind, gets on his live stream to tell his followers what happened in trial without the mainstream media bias. And YouTube, when his biggest stream is going, flags it midstream with 37,000 people in the chat. And I'm getting messages like, hang on, can't see the video. It went private. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, I can't. They've got to figure out their system so that it can't be just gamed by, PR teams with bots. It's especially on things that are this political. It's messed up.
So what is the method that something like that happens? Like, what method does the PR team do? They basically have bots filing complaints about your stream?
Well, hypothetically, you could either do it manually, have a manual campaign of people. All you have to do is click on that little flag, report as spam, and that's if you get enough people reporting spam, scams, or whatever. That's my guess as to how this maybe got triggered.
Yeah,
is this the spam and scam thing? And so,
wait a second. Has anybody? Sorry, Nick, you just hit, I think, the nail on the head. Is it possible? Has anyone gone to Twitter or anything of that nature to check if they didn't create an army of people to flag that video? Has anybody checked this?
There's no army of people. There's no people.
He's loud.
Okay,
so it's a PR team. Sorry. Okay.
They're gonna
but they need a lot of people. Right? They don't have that. She can't afford a good, solid PR team. There's something else going on here.
She doesn't need a lot of people.
You can create bots. You can create bots.
David Shane is a great PR team. He's really good at personally representing himself into that ass over and over and over again.
They diverted all of the funds they had for the legal team and decision making, and they put it towards PR.
Right.
Oh, is that why they started sucking all of a sudden?
Probably.
All of a sudden? Have you been watching this trial?
No, even worse. I mean, even worse.
Yeah, no, today was exceptional.
I will not hear this defamation about a super lawyer, okay? She's a super lawyer. I don't want to hear this defamation. It's defamatory. I'm not a part of this.
As a super lawyer, I take offense to this.
I reject it. She's a super lawyer.
Hope that $650 was worth it, DUI guy.
I hope
that one's free. No, that one is free. Don't diss on super lawyer.
My legal brethren, how hard did you laugh when her attorney by deposition was testifying?
Attorney-client privilege. Objection. Attorney-client privilege.
No. Her Amber Heard's attorney, who helped her craft the letter, and testified that he had received, industry accolades, and in one of them he lists as super lawyer. And I'm like,
the follow-up question was the best. The follow-up question was, could you describe what that means? It's like, that's the last thing anyone who's ever been tagged a super lawyer wants to fucking do. Like, please let me self-aggrandize something that's a label I put on to attract people who don't know any better.
Let me find my invoice. It means there are 2,000 reasons that I'm really good at being a lawyer this year. Oh, no, today was, I'm still keep going back to how bad every witness today was. The first witness is probably their best, I guess. Johnny Depp's friend. He was endearing, incredible, but his credibility ended up with him saying he never saw any sign of violence from Johnny Depp.
He's never seen
the credibility.
He actually said it, even when he's high on coke, he doesn't get violent, right? Was he the one who said, yeah, when he gets high, or was it Ellen Barkin? Ellen Barkin was the one who said, yeah, when he gets high, what's the difference? Well, he's high.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's this moment where he says that, when you're somebody like Johnny Depp, everybody wants something. And one juror actually adopts this really sympathetic look and looks over to him towards Depp. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, that's not great. You've got these jurors being sympathetic, but also when
that was one or two, right, Ian? Jurors 1 or 2, I think you said.
Juror H, I've been describing her as the sort of 50-year-old woman there.
Yeah. She's been really good for Johnny's team, I think.
I'm sitting there going, you've got this group of parasites living in his house. I mean, he really should have just moved out and had the place fumigated.
You mean, yeah, you mean
know-
the Amber Heard legal team?
And I'm just, but yeah, everybody wants something, and that's to live in his penthouse and drink his wine, and and then when that's maybe going to get cut off, it's time to make up some bullshit.
Even the moochers had moochers. You saw that woman yesterday with the elf ears. The one she moved in for 2 weeks, and it's like, who the heck are you? She just moved into the penthouse. You know the woman with the ears.
Oh yeah, the sex the witch coven sex doctor lady.
Yes.
The
Ian,
cuddle puddle.
Ian-
The cuddle puddle.
Oh, the one
Ian,
who
check
turned
your
her
Twitter.
Instagram private within like 10 minutes of testifying.
yeah. I'm so mad because I went to go sign up for her sex education class or
Me
her
too.
like sexual development class, and it was shut down. I couldn't sign up. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be the greatest show I've ever done on YouTube.
Yeah, she forgot sex. She forgot how to teach it.
I just broadcast my 90-minute phone call with this chick.
That would
But
be
dude,
good.
that'll cost you $1.99 per
God.
minute. So by the end of it, you're
It's $550 for the
Oh,
class.
are you kidding me? You would have made that back in 10
You did
minutes.
that in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
In 10 minutes, you would have made that back. Oh my god.
I was like, oh god, this is gonna be so funny. And then I went to sign up, and it's like this event page is shut down. It's like, damn it. Yeah, Runkle, YouTube has responded to you, but it's kind of a generic response. Looking into this, and we'll update you soon. We also recommend appealing this decision via the notification in Studio Dashboard.
It would be fantastic.
Which, of
if
course,
the
Which
appeal
is
didn't say no
unclickable.
appeal available.
Yeah. So just wanted to update you that so far.
Oh, well, I appreciate
that's what you
that.
got.
But yeah, YouTube's kind of sucking today on that front. But yeah, I guess they're just allergic to money.
There's no legal recourse for this, is there?
No.
No, I mean,
No.
unless you can prove that there was some sort of false, like you could do tortious interference, some sort of tortious interference strategy. But I mean, we're talking about, I don't think anything like that's ever been accomplished in a courtroom and related to social media and social media payouts. But if you think about it, a false flag that relies on, a defamatory claim that you were engaged in some sort of deceptive practice, and then impacts your ability to earn money. But the problem is, even the best live stream doesn't come out to the damages costs that you would need to run the lawsuit.
Right, the attorney costs would not be
a random question, because during the stream, a certain YouTuber did end up in the chat. The certain YouTuber happens to go by the something I cover my head with when it's raining outside.
Oh, okay.
Tug.
Someone mentioned today. Tug.
Yeah. And
So
it was
it
like he
brought
was in the
even
chat, and the
more
chat was
attention.
calling him out and saying like, hey, welcome, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to say it because apparently people are telling me that they're going around like flagging the hell out of everything that he's in touching right now.
Really?
So,
that's
I
why
invited
yeah.
I invited Tug on. So he's
yes.
welcome to
Nick
come
doesn't
on.
care. Nick does
Okay,
not
so I
care.
can say Tug, come
Yeah.
on. Explain what just fucking happened, because I have no
Today
clue.
today was an amazing day for him. I mean, to get mentioned in the middle of the Johnny Depp trial. I mean, that is a huge day for him. They basically just drew public attention to him. And who else? They mentioned someone else.
They also-
The Brian fella.
They
I
also
was kind of upset I
verified.
was left out. I'm
They
just
ver-
I should
go
have
ahead.
figured out a way to get in on that.
They
Same.
verified
But I'm
that,
not butthurt.
that the last 2 years of videos from Tug are genuine and based on real information. Like, that's what they did. They're so fucking dumb that they verified that the 2 years that they have been trying to suppress were all based on information from Adam Waldman. And right now, Adam Waldman's social credit and Johnny Depp's social credit is way higher credit score than Amber Heard. So like everybody who's like, oh, wait, that weirdo guy with just that thing who's like, hey there, let me tell you about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. That guy was telling the truth for 2 straight years.
And he said straight up, I was giving him the same, treating him the same, the internet journalists, the same as mainstream media. That's gotta stick in their craw. Real.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
that really, and not
that's a
just
slap
Amber
that
Heard's team,
hurts.
but everybody, even
Yeah.
mainstream media, they're really
Maybe we should ask the media guy whether he researched the hashtag Amber Heard is a see you next Tuesday.
Oh my gosh.
Seriously
well,
though, Amber Heard is a psycho was trending when a couple days ago. I don't know if when that whole thing with her crazy laughter was all the rage. Yeah, that was trending.
That was Tuesday.
All day. Yeah.
Yeah.
well,
No,
Well,
but
it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped being one of the Johnny Depp hashtags has for the last 2 weeks not stopped in the trending. Like it's always been in the trending for the last 2 weeks. It alternates which one it is by day, right? Right now, like at this moment, it's I stand with Johnny Depp, but Amber Heard is gone up there. Amber Heard is a liar. Amber Heard is a psychopath. All those have alternated. It's always been up there. And you know that Amber's team sees this. This is why she repeatedly says, go on the internet, go on the internet. You'll see, because she's seeing those tags.
I mean, can we imagine for 1 second that Amber Heard is to see you next Tuesday was a hashtag that was analyzed just to hear Elaine Bredehoff in closing argument say, pronounce it that way. Amber Heard is that God.
all right. This is my beverage in solidarity with Runkle, a Viking funeral or an Irish funeral, Irish wake maybe for his live stream. But buddy, I hope publications out there write news stories about it tomorrow.
Amen.
Yeah, I mean, it's messed up, but
And before you drink, 100K today, 200K tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy. Cheers.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah,
Cheers.
buddy.
and I've got some of Rob's homebrew. Not only does he do woodworking, but also makes beer.
Rob,
I feel like there's just nothing he can't do.
I get like a testosterone contact high when you come on my stream. How do you not like run an independent country with several wives? Like, what the hell is going on here, man?
He's like a reincarnated Marlboro Man.
I feel like one day we're gonna find a giant underground
Where's-
chasm behind
where's the
Rob's house,
cigarette?
and it's just him building an ocean faring barge that will host a city on it that he will lord over.
He was like the
I'm just-
inspiration
you
for
know,
those commercials for the most interesting man in the world. They were
Yeah,
like,
I'm just
what,
waiting for
what
the
did
flood.
Rob do last week? We're gonna throw
Yeah.
that in the ad also.
Just waiting for the flood, baby. Waiting for the flood.
Okay,
I think the
gentlemen.
flood already came.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's here.
Yeah, it's when Rob walked by a line full of women.
Just careful not to flood Miss Heard.
So, gentlemen, any speculation on what the hell Amber's team is going to do with their only 8 hours and 10 minutes left starting next week? Because they haven't
Should've
rested
bricked.
yet.
The defense rests.
Walk in and just
we'll
like
talk
spend
about
an
this
8 hours just dropping a grumpy in the courtroom.
on Johnny Depp's table, on the table right there. Just walk over. No, but like seriously, you can't rest right now. You have to put somebody on. Like that can't be the end. You have to put somebody there.
The reported plan is the only thing I've seen that they're going to do is the worst plan. It's the only way they could do worse than they've done is to call Johnny Depp.
You know, but so hats off to fucking Ben Chu. Like, what a strategy, man. Watching them play into his hand and knowing ahead of time, because that's 4D chess. Because he laid out his direct and he's like, they're gonna fall for it, and they did, and they went for broke with Dr. Hughes out to bat, and she was she was the Amber Heard proxy, and then they put, in my opinion, the dumbest thing they could have done was
Amber.
put her right on the stand.
Yeah.
Like, and then you give Vasquez a week, and man, she came out fire, and she destroys any credibility that Hughes has, and by implication, any credibility that Heard had, and by implication, any credibility that Hughes had left. And then you backfill that with a bunch of bullshit in the dumpster fire that was today that tanked their entire case. I mean, throw a match on it. Like, are you kidding me?
Which this was such a winnable case for them also. First of all, she never should have taken the stand. They should have started with Whitney, because Whitney's telling the exact same story as she is, but there's no cross against her that's going to be quite as damning as the fake weeping that she did. It's not nearly as bad if she fails on cross. And this way you sort of test run the story with the whole staircase incident, with all these different stupidities. You start with Whitney, then you start supporting it with all the moochers coming out one by one, telling about how violent he is, and and you start getting a feel for how this whole thing played. But the whole narrative that we're looking to tell could have been told essentially by Whitney. You don't have to get into the whole essay thing. That was the stupidest thing to start trying to walk down that road. Distance yourself from the essay or trying to promote some narrative along that story.
And then you leave Whitney in the fucking gallery. You leave her in the gallery for what ends up being
the expression she made in that one picture.
Like literally
so good.
Headline photos.
Very sour.
She was doing that constantly, and she kept looking, because like I'm 2 seats away from her. She keeps looking over and glaring at me. And then she was going back, and I'm just like, okay, I get it. You know who I am, or you're just glaring at everybody. But I'm pretty sure she kind of knew that I was on their show.
Uncle, that's just her face.
That's seriously, they both had the same exact rest bitch face. Yes, RBF.
Okay,
but sure. But I mean, she was glaring my way, but also it was clear she wasn't happy with these other witnesses that were testifying. And so she's sitting there as this big freaking signal to the jury. I think this is a bad witness for us. Like, they should have just sent her right home. Thanks for coming out. Get the fuck out of here, because you are gonna, you're gonna ruin this.
But gentlemen, hear me out. Right now, I know we're saying rest or whatever is their strategy, but they have a real problem right now on their counterclaim. Like, they should probably fold the counterclaim at this point. They should just dismiss it, because the problem is
they're not allowed to, Nick. They're not allowed to.
Oh, they can't do that in Virginia?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. It's not a non-suit as a matter of right. They have to request it from the court, and you bet it's going to be opposed.
Yeah. So right now they have a factual deficiency on two of the main defamation factors. The first one, they tried to get it in through Adam Waldman that he acted at the behest of Johnny Depp, which you were not going to get. So I know there was some speculation on my show and on Legal Bites' show, I'm sure everywhere, that what they were trying to do is create this level of ambiguity for the jury about they're being evasive as to Johnny Depp's involvement with Adam Waldman in these statements. But the problem is there is not a fact in evidence right now that says that Adam Waldman made those statements on behalf of Johnny Depp. My argument on dismissal starts with they have not met the first element of defamation where Johnny Depp has published a statement. And they can try and create a fact issue, but right now they don't have one, because even the articles, to my knowledge, don't say that Adam Waldman released a statement on behalf of Johnny Depp. It just says Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's lawyer, said this. That doesn't mean that he said it in his capacity. And even though they created that, he's being evasive, that doesn't put it into the record that that there's evidence of this. So they've got a big factual deficiency there, and they've got another huge one on damages, because the best thing they got on damages so far for Amber Heard is that she kept all of her contracts, still has them as of this day, and except for maybe one movie. unnamed movie involving an unnamed actor and an unnamed director for an unnamed amount of money. That's the only damages element that they put forward.
Yep.
I'd be moving to dismiss this thing the moment they rest.
Yes.
I'm going to agree with my evil twin above me.
And I think that the judge is going to be inclined to do it, because the only way to get there is this improper inference that Elaine is hoping that the jury will draw, that, asserting privilege means that there's something shady that's being hidden. That was greasy. That whole approach is, and you know what? I had been thinking of doing a video saying, you know what? I want to defend Elaine and say that she's probably not a bad lawyer. She's probably just got a really bad client. Today, I've lost that urge, because some of the stuff she did today was just indefensibly bad in terms of dumb, but that is also greasy. And it's you lose respect for somebody. I'm just
Yeah,
like, there goes my
what was
sympathy.
her? What was that workaround question she tried? She tried getting in there. It was like the hypothetical. So if no
There was
one
a
told
few
you
of
this,
them.
would you still do it or whatever?
Right.
Yeah, there was a few of them. Like, if it was getting to the point where she was like, well, if you didn't not ask or if you weren't not asked to be not posting the statement, would you have retracted it if it might have been wrong? And it's like,
Hey,
and I like Ben Chu's answer to those, oh, well, that's the same, same question, just gussied up. And, oh, hey,
Right.
that was real clever, but still no.
hey, Joe, check your people are saying your stream from earlier is down.
Yeah, Joe, what was the last one you did? Because the one that I'm showing is this Lawyers Watching Depp v. Heard Day 19, 5 hours ago, streamed.
Our stream is down, Joe?
Get
No.
out of here. Why is it down?
No way.
That's the last video that's showing.
Check your email.
Depp v. Heard Day 19. 58,000. Yeah, streamed 5
Mother-
hours
Your
ago.
email
That's
up,
the-
gents.
Mother effers.
And I've got my channel up right now. I'm looking. I
stream is
keep
down.
refreshing, like who's going to attack what
It
channel.
took my
next.
stream down. Let me check my email.
Yeah, check your
Is
email.
it also
shit.
marked spam or scams?
Hi, Good Logic. Our team has reviewed your content. We think that you may need to make changes to make sure it doesn't violate our spam, deceptive practices, and scams
Are
policy.
you
There it is.
fucking
Same
kidding
thing.
And we
me?
made the following
Oh,
Holy
content
crap.
private.
Strike
Shit,
2.
it's coordinated.
YouTube versus
Yep.
LawTube.
Now we have confirmation. All but.
Wow.
Oh, you guys want to
Wow.
play?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
fuck you.
These
You-
sons
You want to
of
have fun with this one? You're going to piss off a lot of
Oh
people that love
my-
being pissed off.
oh my you freaking I am a tiny little channel, and just because I'm sitting here, just you know what?
I'm saying
If
it right
if
now.
instead of knocking
I
you
have-
off, you know what you should have done? You should have told your stupid, moronic, self-involved, narcissistic
Justice
client
For
that
Joe.
maybe
That's
what
it.
you should have done is you actually should have watched my stream, because I actually walk you through the arguments that you should have been making even in closing. And the reason I walked through those arguments is because I said your stupid, moronic, narcissistic client is so self-involved and needs to have the whole world believe her BS story that there's no way she'll allow you to actually go up there and say to the jury what you should be saying, which is, hey, look, I'm just like you. I don't believe everything she said. She probably embellished some stuff because she suffered some trauma. But if you believe even one nugget of it, she was abused, and therefore you have to find that she was telling the truth. And that's why you must find for her. I tried walking you through that, and I said, I don't feel uncomfortable sharing this information because your stupid, moronic, narcissistic, self-involved client is way too arrogant to allow you to actually go out there and make the best damn argument that she needs made for her. But instead of listening to my video and saying, oh, this is what I'm going to do, instead you say, oh, we're so embarrassed that people are speaking badly about our client. We're going to send bots out and start flagging and start pretending that he's spreading some sort of spam or whatever. Go to hell. Because I am not sitting down on this. I am gonna investigate into legal recourse. I don't care if I have to sign up together with Runkle and these other idiots I've never met before, who I respect deeply and still admire. But if I have to sign up with them, I am not resting on this, because this is an attack on truth. And just because the truth terrifies you, and your BS narratives and your BS stories are not what you want, or what you want the entire world to believe has some sort of glint of truth to it, that doesn't mean that those people out there who actually want to share truth with the world should be silenced by the likes of you.
I'm gonna need that clip. I'm gonna need that clip, and I need that. I need that.
Oh, they're already
every
on it.
night.
See, no, Rob, you never have to worry with this community. Welcome to LawTube. Somebody has already clipped that. It's already
And
done.
Joe, I need you to raise both arms to make sure that you didn't just have a stroke.
Yeah, what?
Have you met Joe?
I'm just waiting for Joe. I don't know how you're gonna pay back the debt on that fucking breath you just borrowed. I was like, this man's gonna breathe eventually. He's gonna breathe at some point. He's not gonna breathe. He's not. He's got
But
gills like Kevin Costner in
Nick,
Waterworld. He's sucking air in through his ears.
I mean,
You
honestly,
asked
This,
why
this
Waterworld?
blue whale of a man did a 30-minute closing
Who
without
the hell
taking a
watched
breath. earlier.
Waterworld?
yeah, and
Nobody
super
watched
impressive that it was
Waterworld.
100% coherent
He
the
had
entire
gills.
time. I mean, the
He-
arguments were logical
you
all the way
talking
through.
It was a good movie, solid movie. Do not knock Waterworld.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. That was terrible. It
I
was
thought you said you didn't
terrible.
even watch it, Joe.
No, it was so terrible. It's
Which way
famous
is
for
it?
being
Or
terrible.
should we call you Joe Hurd?
Oh, his story's changing left and right.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so next question for the panel. Just on, I wasn't going to make this a Johnny Depp show, but now it's a fucking Johnny Depp show because I have an invoice of lawyers here. So
It's a sidebar of lawyers.
I hate that term.
Sidebar of lawyers.
the
is way
sidebar
better.
or the invoice?
We don't
Sidebar is
do
way better
invoice. I don't like
because
the
when you
invoice.
show the stream,
Yeah,
when we show the
well, I
stream,
do.
we're all on the side, like in a sidebar. We're all on the side. It's a sidebar of lawyers. It's the
I don't
best.
like
it's
it.
the
I
best
prefer a
one.
murder of lawyers, but that's just me.
That's-
I'm going to call us a cunt of lawyers. Okay, so we've got an Amber Heard of lawyers, and I would like to know what Johnny Depp's. So whenever
What do I
they
do with
rest,
this? What do I do
what-
with this? What am I supposed to? What is the next? What am I supposed to do with this crap?
appeal it. Except you can't. At least you guys didn't get strikes, so you can stream and upload still, right? Like that's true.
Yeah, that
They
I
made
would
it
be pissed
private.
at.
They made it private.
If they'd given a strike, I'd be looking at like, okay, I need some information disclosed as to who who requests or who reported this.
Oh, they're not going to
And-
give you shit.
What about Emily and Legal Bites' videos? Are they still okay? Does anybody
Oh,
know?
For now.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chat came up with a good idea. A mega pint of lawyers.
A grumpy of lawyers probably.
A
is the
grumpy-
Oh,
term.
I like that. I like that.
Grumpy
Or a
lawyers,
mega
I
pint
like
of
it.
grumpy lawyers.
So I want to know what you guys think Johnny Depp's team should do on rebuttal. What is the strategy on rebuttal? They have right now 18 hours. We can assume they're going to go in with a pretty significant hour advantage. So what do they do on rebuttal?
I think first they run out the clock on the remaining hours by calling really quick witnesses that they can just make them take forever on cross for. Your instructions on we'll do our witness prep. Your instructions are answer every question real slowly. They only have 8 hours, so we're just gonna stall them out.
It takes
And-
forever to say yes or no.
Yeah, think
Like-
real
like,
hard about each question.
Like
And-
Rocky Pennington did?
Yeah.
And I mean,
Wow.
if they get to a point where the Herd team is out of hours, then they can have all sorts of fun. Like, hey, we're gonna call Kate Moss, and guess what? You don't get to cross-examine. So, have fun with that. And plus, they can do it and stare at Elaine the whole time, as they can't do a thing about it.
So who do you call on rebuttal? For me, I call Dr. Muffins.
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I call Isaac Baruch.
Isaac.
Yes.
I wait. So I reverse what Runkle said. I leave Dr. Muffins for last so they can't cross her.
Yeah. That'd be
Oh, man.
devastating.
Imagine they have 20 minutes to cross Dr. Curry and she gets to rip. She can take 3 fucking hours on the stand and you have 20 minutes to pick her apart. No chance. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I want.
And they can't call Dr. Hughes to try to offer a response. So she can just dunk on Hughes for 3 hours and, basically just say Dr. Hughes is the worst thing to ever crawl out of a gutter. And
She's an activist. She's a paid hitman. She has a reputation in the community for going out and only supporting female victims of domestic violence. She has a reputation in the psychiatric community, in the forensic psychology community, of not representing any clients that are male victims of domestic violence. Those sorts of things would be really, really damaging, I think.
Oh, and Nick, to that point, that's a fucking great idea because it's a rebuttal witness. You don't have to disclose it. So you can actually bring in someone brand effing new to do that before you put on Dr. Curry. Bring in someone brand new, slaughter Hughes's reputation, and then put on Dr. Curry, leave them with no time.
And you know what else they should do? Just call Marilyn Manson just for giggles and just ask him about his so what do you like to
Call
drink
his
for
assistant.
coffee? What's
Call
your
his
favorite
assistant.
coffee?
Well, there's that video of the Thanksgiving event. Call the assistant and play the video. I don't know if the
just like
video's
to-
in evidence.
I just like the idea of calling Marilyn Manson just to talk about random bullshit. Like, what album do you have coming out? just knowing that they can't cross-examine it. It would just
Yeah.
be killing them. They'd be like, we want just spike the football.
But I do think calling Isaac. Well, the other one is that Howell, Jennifer Howell.
Jennifer
I
Howell.
think.
Yeah, Jennifer Howell would
Yeah.
be a good one.
If they can call her. But the reason I call Isaac Baruch is because he's so damn likable. Like he's just so. And what are they going to do to him on cross? So he's a good time waster. He has that nice affectation. I mean, Isaac Baruch is so likable that in his testimony against Amber Heard is laughing. She's smiling, like she was chuckling along. And then they got him to that point where he said, she's this fraud that she created went around the world. It's perfect. That guy's gold to me because I think the jury probably really, really liked him. And I think you pull him back and he's eminently likable. And you remind people of who will come to the courtroom for Johnny Depp. And I think we talked about this on the stream earlier, that when he shows up, you thank him for showing up in person. Look, I know this is a big imposition to come down here and come into Virginia for this. So we really thank you for showing up, taking the time to come support not support Johnny Depp, but to offer testimony in this case. And highlight the fact that Amber couldn't get a damn soul in that courtroom.
Oh, what if you got Alejandro to walk in?
Vape man? No, he wouldn't walk in. He'd drive his little Volkswagen or whatever through the door.
But if he appeared live, if I'm Johnny Depp's legal team, I will be like, look, I will pay your travel. I will put you up in the Ritz. I will do everything in the fucking world. If you come in and walk in that courtroom, the jury's going to fucking lose it. And everyone around the world is going to lose it to hear this man from the stand.
Yeah, just time out for a second. I just tweeted out at YouTube. If anyone who's watching the stream could just retweet it, I'd appreciate it.
I'm getting there. Let's get.
Yeah,
I've been waiting. I figure you were drafting one.
I was.
I was so mad I left my phone upstairs.
YouTube, you have got to fix this garbage. Stop allowing interested parties to silence speech through your archaic systems.
Nice.
Hashtag justice for Joe.
Oh, beautiful.
Justice
That's
for Joe.
Love. Justice for Joe. That's sweet. That was like a love letter right there. That hashtag. Thank you.
Fine. Now I don't have to pay you this month.
That was much more than I was ever going to get.
Wait, Joe was getting paid?
No. No. Look, I have a reputation as a grifter, and I'm hell bent on keeping it.
Seriously.
No, so that guys, go hit that. I just dropped it in the chat a minute ago. I'll drop it again because you got a 20-second delay. But if you want to support that Twitter movement, these Twitter movements are the only ways to get these things rectified. Again,
I tweeted as well, by the way, Nick and Joe, and I created the two hashtags, hashtag justice for Runkle and hashtag justice for Joe. And I mentioned the fact that this now is officially, now that we have two back-to-back in a row, both videos talking about the same content, both are lawyers of LawTube. This is clearly a coordinated attack. So go on the DY guy Twitter, retweet, let the world know that's what's up. We need to be heard.
Oh, and Amber's PR team was watching us. That's from me, bitches.
Yeah. I keep refreshing. I have all of LawTube's pages open. I keep refreshing to see when one of the videos disappears.
I do have an anonymous lawyer sent me a noun for a collection of lawyers. He called it an innocence of lawyers.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah,
you would. You would.
Dude,
as a criminal defense lawyer,
guy.
it touches me personally.
But if it
In your
touches you, are you
happy
going to
place?
sue it in 10 years?
Nick, if you haven't given a description of this one, you should basically make that the description. Innocence of lawyers discusses Runkle's takedown or something like that.
I'll change the title. I have innocence of lawyers discusses Runkle of the Bailey pulled down baseless TOS claim from YouTube. That's That's the 99 character title. Oh, baby, right in under
Actually,
the
could
limit.
be, I was going to say Runkle Logic, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't have room for Joe. Sorry.
Don't
He
have
got
room for Joe.
he got his. Hey Joe,
He's
welcome
got it.
back to the show. I know you were off the headphones for a minute there. Love you, brother. Glad to have you back.
You in no way relegated him to the LawTube ghetto. In no way.
So
I don't need a PR team to take me down. I got my best friends in the world. Just pull out the knives. As soon as I literally talk to my wife for like 30 seconds, and my closest friend, my social media
There's
friends
your
in the
first
world,
mistake.
basically are like, you're like freaking Norman Bates.
Hey,
psycho.
Joe, drive down this week, man. Come on down. Let's watch this. Let's watch the closing arguments together.
well, you probably can't because it's Friday, right?
It's Friday.
Closing arguments are Friday.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I would have to like basically spend Shabbos there. I mean, I could because I don't know. We'll see. It's doubtful. We'll see how my streams are going. But we'll see.
how many caveats are you going to put on that sentence?
Shut up. Shut
Always
up.
two more.
That's that. All right. That's it for licking your nuts for the night. Okay, buddy.
Joe, we figured that chat actually solved this. You don't have to drive down there, Joe.
Oh, here we go. The wife.
Your wife can drive you.
You know what's coming.
That was
You
not me.
knew
That
what's
was I didn't do
coming,
it. I
Joe.
didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Like this guy literally fell ass backwards into LawTube 10 seconds ago, and he already knows like the established jokes here.
The canon of
Yeah.
LawTube.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh,
To be-
oh,
The
go
good
ahead.
news is that Good Logic's title insurance is going to pay off because of all those undiscovered caveats on the on that sentence.
Oh god.
So what? Okay, so do you guys? What are the main issues you see for Johnny Depp? I asked who you'd call, but are there issues with Johnny Depp's case right now? How are you feeling on a verdict today from a reasonable jury, whatever the fuck that means?
95%.
Confident, very confident.
I mean,
95%. And I'm also telling you, I was the first one to tell you, Nick, he's gonna get 8 figures, and I'm positive he's getting 8 figures.
He
I'm
can't go
feeling
above-
pretty
he
good.
can't go above
I-
what the jury. He
I
can't go
guess
above what
I'm
the
going to be in the
ask-
minority here.
No, 8 figures. 8 figures is above
50
10 million
million,
plus.
10 million
Yeah,
plus.
10 million plus. 10 million.
I'm in the minority here because I think, as I've been telling the story, and I remember, Nick, I think I was on your channel when I was talking about this, and I was in the minority back then, and now that I'm there in person, I'm maintaining my position, but hear me out. Because of the high standard, right? Because that Johnny has to prove that actual malice, that Amber acted with actual malice. Unless there's the only exception is if the jury nullification occurs and they're like, we hate her so much, we don't really care about the law. We just want Johnny to walk away with something. That's the only exception. But if they're going to be following the law, inside the courtroom trial, they're both going to lose. Johnny's not going to get anything. Amber's not going to get anything. But in the second trial, the trial of public opinion, Johnny's already won, no question. Amber's already lost, no question. So at the end of the day, is it a victory for Johnny? 100%. Is he going to walk away with money? Probably not.
Is your entire analysis hinged on the inability to show actual malice?
Yes. It
Okay,
pretty
so
much is.
I'll take action on that. I'll take action on that.
Here's the I don't know, maybe Rob can help. I don't know the case law in Virginia, but I know in several jurisdictions they have case law that suggests that actual malice occurs when there is a he said, she said, and the person involved alleging to be a victim claims otherwise. They would necessarily know that that was false, and that would be actual malice, that a jury could infer actual malice from the fact that a party was there. So if someone found to the same, I guess, evidentiary standard that it was indeed a lie for clear and convincing evidence, because it is a heightened standard. But if they found the lie to clear and convincing evidence, then they would similarly find actual malice baked in, because if Amber Heard is lying about it, she knows she didn't get hit, right?
So yeah, it's the mistruth. It's the mistruth. If the mistruth itself was done knowingly, that clears the hurdle. It's not so much that you have to. It's not all the other crap. If it's Amber Heard makes a statement, and that statement being, I was the victim, or that this never occurred, or that, yeah, it's the mistruth that they have to know is wrong.
Gentlemen, my recollection from looking at Virginia, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mistaken, Rob, that the clear and convincing standard only applies to the actual malice, which is the actual malice, and the other stuff, it's beyond a preponderance of the evidence.
Right.
So, and necessarily, if what her story is not true, she has to know it's not true.
No,
That's kind of what I was saying. I'm sorry,
but I wonder if and this is a weird sort of head game on it, but if they get preponderance of the evidence that it's false, 51% that it's false, does that clear and convincing on the malice?
I believe so. It has to.
I think it should, but I don't know if it does for the jury.
This goes to her credibility. It goes to her credibility, because the thing is she can get up there and say, you know, this happened, and the jury can say by a preponderance of the evidence it was a false statement. But then they can look at her credibility, and if she says, you know, I'm gonna hedge my bets on this whole, like, I thought I knew what I thought what I was saying was true. If that's where she wants to put her chits, because that's all she's got left.
Yeah,
is that I thought I knew that what I was saying was true. Then it goes back to the jury to kind of weigh that credibility. And I think that with everything that we've seen, her credibility is out the fucking window. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
That I agree with. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm with you, DUI guy, on the heightened standard. However, I think if they adequately convey to the jury the law on what actual malice is and how they can find it in this case, and this is asking the lawyers to do their job effectively. But if they do that, I think that Johnny can actually win. I disagree with Joe. I don't think he's getting an 8-figure award. Yeah. I really top out around 2 to 5 million tops, and I don't think I'd be surprised if they even go that high. Honestly,
I'm not even there.
Let me ask the panel a question, because I'm curious about this. You know, all great lawyering really boils down to, especially in complicated legal analysis, complicated legal conclusions that the jury has to come to based on the law. You know, I know, like Clarence Darrow and Jerry Spence, one of the reasons why they become so famous is their ability to take very complex issues and simplifying them. So let me ask the panel, like, what would be your idea of how can you create an analogy to simplify this, like dumb it down to a second grade level for the jury to understand what it needs to be, what they need to say in closing for the jury to go, oh, so that's what that means, and render a decision in favor of Johnny Depp.
Why?
It's a very complicated question.
Who wants to go first? I have an answer, but if someone else wants to go first, they're welcome to it.
Burn the witch.
Drown her.
And then have sex with her dead corpse.
And then drown her. And throw her body in the trunk of a Honda.
Yeah, no, my thought was, like, it's not even that. Like, so Ben Chu has demonstrated this really cool combination of legal intellect, strategy, and then the ability to relate to the average person. You don't really see in a lot of lawyers. Like, you watch him relate to the people in the gallery, the people when he's walking in. He has the ability to communicate on several levels. So I think about him making an argument at closing, and I can think of that sticking. Then I look at Elaine Bredehoff, and where you're talking about someone who is told that a question is leading and has the opportunity to rephrase that question and try to make it not leading, can't effing do it. Like, imagine her trying to explain something complex when she can't understand that what, if anything, does not make a leading question a not leading question.
Your Honor, it does cure it. It does cure it.
In some circumstances, it actually
I'm trying here.
I'm just going to say, in some circumstances, not always, but in some circumstances.
You're right. It can if it creates sufficient ambiguity in the answer.
Correct.
And but your
what if
opposition.
anything did you do on Tuesday? Not what if any vehicles with license plate T7J,
Correct.
427.
Where you're driving.
Did you see?
I loved,
You know?
I loved, what, if anything, did you report to your doctor about the abuse you sustained at the hands of Johnny Depp on March 15th? Like, well, come on, lady. That doesn't work.
The
No,
other one I loved was just, what if anything what if any bruising did you sustain? And she's got the circles and she's still drawing them as she's asking the what if any question. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
I wish they would have asked the judge to order her to take those down at that point, but it'd probably just draw too much attention to it. I think that to answer your question, DUI guy, that what Benju or whoever's delivering closing needs to do for this is do kind of what Rob is saying and really simplify it down to an average person. I think that's what makes the people on LawTube kind of unique amongst lawyers, and why we're able to do these shows to people talking about really oftentimes boring subjects, but get people to watch, is that we can say, okay, so you've heard both sides of this case. You've heard Johnny Depp talk about his life, accept the fact that he's had issues with drug and alcohol problems throughout his entire life. You've heard tons of testimony about Johnny Depp's drug and alcohol problems. What you haven't heard at all is how specifically those drug and alcohol problems transform him into an abuser. And you haven't heard that because that's not what happens. In fact, you've heard testimony from all sorts of people in his life that you can't even tell the difference between Johnny Depp, who's intoxicated, and Johnny Depp, who is sober, that he is largely the same person. And when they run into issues, when you hear about any sort of issues, it's about maybe getting back to him or communicating about really sensitive topics. But you've never heard that Johnny Depp somehow becomes abusive by the nature of his substance use. With that said, Amber Heard has not put into evidence any credible testimony or pictures or videos or accounts that she has ever been hit by Johnny Depp. In fact, everyone who came up and testified here, every single person testified that they did not see Johnny Depp hit Amber Heard. So what you've got to determine as the jury to find defamation, because that's what this is about. This is about defamation. And it's defamation within these three statements. You guys have to determine whether these three statements, as you read them, because you're reasonable people, and this is a reasonable person standard, as you read these statements, does this amount to Amber Heard lying about Johnny Depp? Does that cause him damage? And does that damage knowingly, and are those statements knowing lies? Now, here's how you determine those things. Did Amber Heard make the statements? Well, you've heard from Miss Heard herself that she wrote the statements in the article. You've heard from Miss Heard herself that she retweeted the headline of the article, that she knew that headline was in there, and that she added stuff to that tweet, that she published that article. She admitted that the article is about Johnny Depp. So there's no ambiguity here. You know that Miss Heard made these statements about Johnny Depp. So you have to determine, based on all the testimony you've seen, if these statements are true. So what do they say? They say that Amber Heard stood up against domestic violence as a victim of domestic abuse and sexual assault. Based on the testimony you've seen and the credibility you give to each witness, you have to determine if she actually is a victim of domestic violence. You have to determine whether or not someone who participates, admittedly participates, and even instigates violence. You've heard audio, you've heard testimony that Amber Heard is often the instigator of violence. You have never heard testimony that Johnny Depp has instigated violence. So you have to determine whether that instigation of violence can even allow her to be a victim of what you perceive to be domestic assault, because you are the reasonable person, and that's the standard here. If you determine that she is not a victim of domestic assault or of domestic violence, whatever the specific phrase is, if you determine that, then you next have to determine if she knowingly lied about that status. And if she's not actually a victim of domestic violence, but went and published statements with the intent to harm Johnny Depp, that she's a victim of domestic violence, I think we can infer that she knows it's not true. But that's up to you, jury. That's what you have to decide today. So I think that's how you nail that issue on close.
Well said.
I'm gonna go with what he said.
Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah,
And then of course you pad it out with a bunch of references to evidence, but
of
that's
course.
the gist.
But that's the nutshell of it, man. If they can convey it to the jury in that way, I may change my mind. I guess we'll have to hear closings first, because it is not an easy concept to understand, and you just made it very digestible, Nick.
Yeah, and that Rob is made a good point. Ben Chu's kind of like, this is gonna sound mean, and I'm not trying to be, but he's kind of this awkward looking guy. He's there, he makes some weird faces, he kind of slumps back in his chair, but he has a real casual demeanor. I get Jimmy Stewart vibes from To Kill a Mockingbird. Joe, you're muted. And it's not me. But I get that, I'm not some big city lawyer. I get that vibe from him, that he's very, very calm. So if he's delivering closing argument, I think he can nail a very laid back description of what happened and make it really relatable.
He looks like a caricature, but like a relatable guy caricature. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you strike that opposition with Amber Heard's attorneys, and they have been abrasive the whole time, and they have been unable to take something complex and make it into something simple. They can't do it in questions. They can't do it in argument. And that's what I compare the
They
skill of the
can't
two
even
attorneys.
figure out how to dress her. That's how bad they are. They can't even figure what type of look she's supposed to have. They have her looking like she's some alien that landed from another planet, from planet Hollywood, and with her hair and these crazy coiffs, which honestly look cool as hell, but like nothing anyone in Virginia would ever dream of styling their hair, with these crazy Dr. Evil outfits when she's on the stand. It's like they can't even figure out how to make her look normal. And then they get abrasive. They're the most alienating team in the world versus Mr. Hokey nice guy Ben Chu. Oh, and Captain Jack Sparrow, who happens to get on the witness stand and display more charm than any witness has the audacity to display. It's a disgusting, oozing charm. Even when he's getting slightly snarky with the attorney, he still is freaking funny and laid back and chilled. It's like you have to be crying your eyes out right now if you're Amber Heard, and probably telling your PR team, strike them all down, off with their heads.
They can't even make a simple
don't encourage
concept
that.
sound simple.
No, they're very bad at it. I have to make one amendment. I said To Kill a Mockingbird. That was Gregory Peck. Thank you, chat. I believe it was 12 Angry Men. That was that I'm thinking of with Jimmy Stewart, where he says, "I'm
Henry
no
Fonda.
big city lawyer."
That's Henry Fonda.
Henry Fonda.
Okay, is it Anatomy of a Murder then?
Why don't you try
I think it's Anatomy of a Murder, and it's
It's
the
a
one
Wonderful
where
Life?
no,
It's a
no,
Wonderful
no.
Life was Jimmy Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
it
yeah,
must
fish
be.
that big. Oh.
Hold on, it's or fucking Anatomy of a Murder. I think it's this one. I'm trying to remember. That
You were
one's
doing better
Jimmy
with
Stewart.
Waterworld.
It's Anatomy of a Murder by Jimmy Stewart, and he that's it. He's a country lawyer, and he says, "I'm no big city lawyer." Like, he's very endearing to the local country jury. Like, that's kind of his whole character and his shtick. And he gets this person off of a murder that's a slam dunk. Okay, so that's the one.
So I'm not one to encourage your chat, but someone in the chat just made the comment of, remember when Johnny Depp, while he was testifying, heard a sneeze in the gallery and paused his statement to say, "Bless you." Like, that's that type of person. Like, that is endearing to everybody in that courtroom, period.
Yeah.
And I've been watching the entrances, because they play them right at the beginning, watching the entrances of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard that they play every day. And Johnny Depp goes up to each bailiff, and he will either shake their hand, or he'll just address them directly with eye contact, say, "Good morning, good morning." He'll make a little statement. He'll turn back and say, "Thank you," to the
Gallery.
people who are out there.
The gallery.
And then he'll, well, not the gallery. He's not inside yet. This is outside still, to the people cheering and screaming outside. And Amber Heard a couple days ago walked in and just breezed past the bailiffs, like just straight through, or the sheriffs or whoever's out there. She just breezed past them, didn't even treat them like people. Then the next day after, I'm not claiming credit, I think a lot of people put up clips about those two entrances because they were so vastly different. The next day she comes up, and she's as she's walking, she at least says, good morning to the sheriffs. And they're just like, kind of stone faced, but when Johnny comes up, they smile at him and stuff like that. He builds credibility and likability wherever he goes. I mean, that's just who he is. And it's interesting to see that difference. And I think that ability of his has been paying off in fucking spades with probably with the jury, but definitely with the gallery and everybody watching. And remember, he has to present this case to the public as much as to the court.
His charisma in the room, like just his presence, is palpable. Like when you're in the room with him, he's good at commanding a room, and at that sort of, it's really just like a massive presence when he's there.
It's almost
Whereas-
Rob level.
Whereas,
Rob walks by an IKEA and all the furniture assembles itself.
Whereas like Amber is just this really unpleasant kind of person. It's a very different vibe. And I mean, it's easier, I guess, when you've got a room full of people who love you on, Johnny's side, but she's just unable to smile at anybody.
What about that hug? That Amber Heard, Elaine Bredehoff hug.
Oh yeah,
most
that
fun-
was
Oh.
fake as fuck.
It was so manufactured. I loved it. Oh, the over-expressive face. I'm like, this is why you only get 2 million on one of the biggest DC movies ever released. Like, this is why you're not pulling.
And she was
$6 to
overpaid
$10
at
million.
that. Christ, they should have just rattled some change into her cup and sent her out there.
How'd you like the testimony from her agent that she totally would have renegotiated Amber's contract on Aquaman 2 to be more than 2 million, but then she
had zero chemistry with Momoa.
She didn't say that something actually prevented her from renegotiating the Aquaman 2 contract but she just didn't. So I'm still sitting here. I'm going, okay, so why didn't you attempt to renegotiate the Aquaman 2 contract? Because she didn't even testify that she went to the executives to renegotiate and they said, nope, we're sticking with it. She just testified that she would have tried to renegotiate it, but for Adam Waldman's statements.
Well, I actually drew from it that the reason she didn't is because she had so little chemistry in the first one. And that was, she admitted the lack of chemistry, that it must be that she figured if I try pushing for a raise, they're going to shove her ass out the door. So, and just replace her with, Emily Clark.
You know what, Joe, I'm going to have to stop your slander and lies. She clearly testified that 3 out of 5 stars everywhere I look, Aquaman was one of the highest rated, critically well received DC movies so far. And there were no negative criticisms of Amber Heard's performance at all. I mean, not in the New York Times, not in Entertainment Weekly, not everywhere I looked where they said her performance was hollow and meaningless.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked
for a second. I had of all time ever.
Make sure there were no knives sticking out of it. So I'm good now. Okay, let's go. Sorry.
Most successful movie of all time ever.
Here's what I grabbed one of the quotes from one review that I got. She said, no negative reviews of Amber Heard in Aquaman. And here's the quote. And Amber Heard turns in a performance as King Nereus's daughter, Mira, that is about as relaxed as her appearance in the infamous hostage video she made with Johnny Depp to apologize for infringing Australia's rules on importing pets.
Oh my God.
That was from it was either from the Guardian, the UK Guardian. That was, so it wasn't like some YouTuber who said that. It was the UK Guardian's movie review guy.
I hope they wait till Team Amber is out of time before they read that review in court.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite moments of the trial, though, has to be the acting coach.
Oh my God.
When the acting coach says, I knew she was crying for real because when she cries for real, she makes tears, and she can't do that when she's acting crying. That's not something she could do. And I'm like,
we know.
I
We saw it 2 days prior.
I retract my closing argument. If they get 2 hours for close, just play that video on loop for 2 hours.
That was
that. Yeah, that was such. I was dying when that happened. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, and again, these are video depositions. You know, this is the answer.
Yeah.
You know this. The only video deposition that they maybe should have played out of the past 2 days is her makeup artist, who I think.
No, because the makeup artist also had the lovely little gem in there of like, it's a bruise kit and you use it to make, cover bruises. Like she said that on the video.
Yep. That was what you know, would be a great surprise rebuttal witness, an industry expert on makeup or a brand representative of the bruise kit that she held up there in court, like who comes in and they could say, so what do you use this bruise kit for? Well, in Hollywood, typically what we're doing is adding bruises to actors.
By the way, yeah, I actually read something debunking this. Because her story was that you put foundation on and then you cover up the color and the whole wheel there. Her whole story. Actually, what I heard is women who generally are DV victims, they have to put the color on first and then they put foundation on. But when you're drawing a bruise, that's when you have to put the foundation on and then put the wheel and then use the wheel kit to draw the bruise. So it's actually been her own version of how she does it was basically showing that she's never covered a freaking bruise with makeup and that she's only painted them on. I shouldn't have cut you off like that, but I just wanted to pass that along. Go ahead. God,
no,
get all mopey on me.
You're good. I was going to change subjects because what you said is right. Okay, DUI guys gone. I was like, whenever someone leaves and I'm not looking directly at it, I'm always like, who the fuck left? Runkle, Yuri Amai sent a very large super chat for you. So when you're next live, I will be reciprocating the super chat, but it's from Yuri Amai and it's all for Runkle. We love you. So I will be when you do your next stream, I'll be passing the love and encouraging in that super chat. I'll be encouraging people to, super chat hopefully to the stream and contribute to you. So I think that, are you going to go live at lunch tomorrow on your own or in the line tonight or what are you going to do?
Court.
There's no court
tomorrow. There's no court. So are you going to do a live stream tomorrow at some point?
I got to figure out like air travel because I'm getting on a plane tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can move my schedule around to try to come back for the closing arguments because this has been the dumbest thing I've ever done and the best thing I've ever done in kind of a weird mix. And I say the dumbest because, oh my God, I'm hurting. Why am I still awake?
What if we did?
I don't know, man.
What if we did bruise makeup, like bruise makeup on Runkle, me, and Larry as we go into that closing argument?
You know what would be really great if you guys could find and there's one watching somewhere, a Fairfax makeup artist, someone in Fairfax who would put bruises on you guys live.
Well, no. What I would want to do is like walk in. And then like during the lunch break, like depending on where our seats are, like walk in, no bruise, walk out, lunch break, makeup artist does it up in the bathroom, walk back in after lunch, bruise on the eye. Like, and then
wait a minute. James and I, when we were there on Tuesday, there was a lady who sat behind us and she had a business card. She just handed out a business card and she's a makeup artist. Now, I don't remember if she's in Fairfax or not, but like I already had a stop at my home, so I left the business card there. But James probably has one since he's been there and he hasn't left.
I'm just saying, if you want to make a fortune on a live stream, just make a live stream. It says makeup artist applies Amber Heard's bruises to lawyer's face using her bruise kit as the stream title. Or as the short video. I mean, whichever one. Well, and then edit it down into a time lapse for the short video, but do it as a live. Yeah,
we should. One of us should do that this weekend. One of us should do that this weekend before Johnny Depp goes on rebuttal.
Oh, that's YouTube content gold right now. I'm gonna do it if you don't. I don't know any makeup artists out here in small town Minnesota, but I'm sure there's one near DC who would gladly do it. Well, because there's a bruise kit makeup artist in DC because they have to undo the bruises that senators leave on underage
Good
waitresses.
Lord.
Oh man.
Let's talk about corruption in the state, baby.
And there goes monetization.
Man. And it's my stream that gets taken down. Jesus.
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, Larry's sitting there. He keeps refreshing. Is it still up? Is it still up?
Basically.
It's I think that would be and the reason I say one of you guys should do it is because you guys are there in Virginia. Like people there's a buzz about you guys being in the courtroom. I think it'd be great if these faces that people are seeing in the courtroom did that live stream. I mean, hell, Runkle had 37,000 people tonight. If you guys were to do that, you get a bunch of people watching, especially if you get, a 6-hour lead up to promote it. And have a makeup artist apply bruises and injuries to your face in real time. That'd be fantastic. Oh, it'd be great. Great.
Yeah,
Content.
or literally have Amber Heard's PR team breaking down the front door of wherever you are trying to do this.
Don't worry. Just put an army of attractive women in front of the door and David Shane will get distracted trying to grab all of them. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to read a bunch of super chats that have come in. This was the opposite intent of my show, but I think it's been fantastic. Y'all are welcome to stay, but y'all have also been fucking killing it on hours, even worse than me, because you've been out like in the elements dealing with standing around and a bunch of people and all of that stuff.
And literally
Well,
sleeping
shout out
on
to-
the sidewalk.
Shout out to all the line standers, Nick. I'm going to say it right now. None of this would have been possible without Nurse Liz appearing on Legal Bites, setting up proxies for Rob, for Ian, for myself, because there is no way in hell. We walk out of that courtroom at 5:30. There are already 10 people in line for the following day. We need sleep. We need rest. We can't work on a 24/7 schedule. And these people have been lifesavers. They've absolutely allowed us to get our rest, to go back into that line and be able to come back to that trial day in and day out. So shout out to you guys.
Yeah, that is such cool shit. Like to put it bad. That is such cool shit, and that's the power of community, and it allows things like that. And the people who sacrifice their time to do that
unknown heroes, because the public at large doesn't know what they're doing, but they actually enable the public at large to get the benefit of having these three fine gentlemen report on it. And there's unsung heroes that we all should take a moment to appreciate and applaud. So,
yeah.
There you go. They're part of it. I did it.
Clapping is weird. Clapping is weird. But like I said, I'm going to start in on the super chat so I can wrap up by some reasonable time tonight. If you guys have to go at any time, please feel free to peace out, because I know y'all are exhausted.
Do that because
I think Runkle is asleep right now. Like he's just like we're looking at a ghost of Runkle.
Basically, at this point.
That's going to be my new book, The Ghost of Ian Runkle.
Yeah, I feel like I have made all the mistakes today, but
they're the best mistakes, man.
Dude, no mistakes, buddy. You got 100,000 viewers today. Like you got 100,000 subscribers, and you had a live that was 37,000 deep, and YouTube felt that you were such a threat they had to take you down. So no mistakes. You did great.
Yeah,
and seriously,
I'm the one who made mistakes. Why the hell am I at 60,000?
why didn't you go, Joe? You went to Jizz Lane.
Yeah, I did go there. I was every day, but yeah, who knew? All right. We live
remind me sometime. I got to tell you guys a story later, but it'll be a story for later.
Well, before you go, a toast to Runkle of the Bailey, the DUI guy, and Rob from Law and Lumber, true troopers standing out to bring us reporting that isn't possible remotely, sacrificing their time, their bodies, their energy, and most importantly, sacrificing their ability to live stream this thing. They're spending all of this time in court. They could be cheesy making videos like me, but they're doing this there. So make sure you get your asses to their channels, subscribe to them, watch their videos, watch their content. They have an angle on this that no one else has. And may the news media write of what happened tonight, and may the benefit from that coverage pour upon you gentlemen tomorrow. Cheers.
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 All right.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Night, folks.
Good night, Runkle.
Good night, my brother.
Later,
Later,
Joe.
Runkle.
See you soon, buddy. Or wait, Joe, are you? Yeah, okay. He was leaving.
The whole piecing out. I'm the only one left.
I was like,
They're like
is-
super
is-
chats. Yeah, fuck that guy. I don't give a shit.
I was like, is Joe leaving or saying goodbye to Runkle? I don't know which one, but he was leaving. So are you hanging out for a little bit?
For a little bit, yeah. I had to grab my other phone because my first one died.
Us lawyers in our burner phones all over the place.
Basically, man.
I
It's,
got a different one. Hold on.
I had no idea. Like when I was streaming the whole waiting in line live. I mean, I was trying to accomplish two things. Obviously, you know, drive attention to my channel, no question. I mean, we're in it, obviously. But the more interesting facet of it was to show the inside workings of the line, because an article has been written just a couple days prior for the first time since this Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, is that there is this whole mystery about the people of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard, line to get in. And so we started like researching and studying it as much as we could before we went over there. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to give you guys the inside scoop. I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'm going to show you who these people are, what they talk about. I did some interviews. I walked around. We ran into some Karens, we turned them into a meme. Like so many things happened that you just could not predict. But the bottom line is technology, man. I had 3 battery packs with me, and Rob had 2. And it got so bad. My first phone, which is this one right here, the Google 6 Pixel Pro, got so overheated, it could not charge anymore. I had to switch phones to this one I'm using right now, which is the Pixel 5. I shit you not. Because 4.5 hours, it lasted 4.5 hours before it was like, you know what? I'm done. I can't, it wouldn't not even hold a charge anymore. It just started, like it's plugged in and it's still decreasing. That's how bad it was. But God bless, I had my backup phone and I was able to provide 9 hours plus of inside footage, and it's all on my channel.
Yeah, that's awesome. And the ability to do this, I mean, it has taken, this is the key, man. You know what? I'm going to do something real quick. Let's do that. I don't like all that. I don't like all that extra space around you. It has taken the ability from major media publications and put it in the pockets of everybody on earth to go out and broadcast video live. I mean, think if you go back to 1995 and say, guess what? In just a little bit of time, this live coverage on the street thing, everybody on earth will be able to do that with the device that they use every single day. No one would believe you. No one would believe that you'd have live video from anywhere in the world at any moment for free, like for literally no cost. You just start stream. That's it. That's all it takes. You don't have to have a cameraman. You don't have to have a truck with a big fucking antenna and a whole bunch of power cables. It's just in your pocket, and you can do it for hours and hours. It's so crazy what technology has done to democratize information.
You're absolutely right. I didn't even think about it that way, but you're absolutely right. What I have noticed with this Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial is I like to call it the defamation trial of the century. And I think this is how it's going to be remembered for years to come. And I'm actually surprised. We've heard all these like success stories of people getting notoriety as a result of doing something unique. And again, I would have never I would have never thought. I was like literally sitting in trial taking notes, and I'm like, why is nobody doing this? Why does nobody have like just a person in the back reporting on what's going on? Doesn't that happen like every trial, Nick? Am I missing something here? And I went out and I started doing it myself, and lo and behold, I went from like 800 followers on Twitter, which took me about 11 years to amass, by the way. It took me 11 years to get 800 people, and then it took me 8 hours to jump to like 25,000, and I'm at like 35 right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. And the fact that there isn't a legion of reporters in the Johnny Depp room is beyond me. Like in the actual gallery. I mean, there's Chanley Painter or whatever from Court TV. But are you aware of any other major media organizations that have a person in the gallery?
Nope.
Like you'd think you'd see some jackass with a Fox press badge somewhere. And they don't. And this is legitimately, as far as I can tell, the biggest trial since O.J. Simpson. I mean, as far as like public consumption, the numbers that we're seeing are off the charts. Because like I covered Rittenhouse, and I had the biggest Rittenhouse stream, and it topped out around 137, 140,000. Law and Crime has 750,000 just on YouTube. That's not counting Law and Crime and Court TV's non-YouTube streams. They have on their websites, they have their own proprietary streaming that goes on for all of these things. We have no idea what the numbers are there. Plus you've got Emily Baker pulling 115, 120. I don't know how many she had today, but 115,000 people recently. Legal Bites, 50 to 60,000 people. Me, between 40 and 45,000 people. So there you've got another 220, 230,000 people. Then you've got Sky News Australia is running 50,000 people. You've got the Independent, 20 to 50,000 people. I mean, there's well in excess of 1 million people on YouTube alone watching this trial. I've never seen anything like that in the court system. And the only comparison I can see back is like the media buzz around this is got to be what OJ would have been like today. The only thing, OJ was 6 months instead of 6 weeks, but still, like nothing even close.
Yeah, the entire rant there, I was trying to think of anything that came to mind in between that may have been highly televised or even not televised. And I can't think of anything. I think you're right. I think you're right. And
big televised trials I can think of. Kyle Rittenhouse was fairly big. You had Casey Anthony, Jodi Arias, that Scott guy who's accused of strangling his wife or whatever. I can't remember his name. What must not have been that big, but I remember seeing tabloid articles and stuff published about it. But I mean, nothing has
nothing
done
of this magnitude. Yeah,
and yet there's not a single major media outlet reporter in that courtroom, which is baffling to me.
Well, the only thing I was able to come up with is until Scott Peterson. Up until this point, up until literally this week, the trial was still kind of, dare I say, up in the air. I mean, everybody had their opinions. Everybody kind of already maybe solidified their ideas of this trial. But myself, and I think Rob and Ian, independently of one another, came to this idea of, wait a second, there's a week break. She just got on the stand. We're coming back. It's the accuser. The accuser is getting back on the stand Monday morning. And at some point, she's going to get cross-examined, whether Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever. It's coming. It's inevitable. It's a trial. You know what's coming as a lawyer. And I guess maybe part of the fact that we have at least mild legal expertise since we've been in the game long enough, we understand it. Maybe we saw something coming that nobody else did. And it's possible. It's like, what's his name from The Big Short? In 2007, he went in and started looking at the numbers and it was like, wait a minute, you guys, and started shorting all the fucking banks. Like, yeah, there's a problem here. we think I think that this is going to collapse, and everybody just laughed him out of the room, and lo and behold, he was right. So now all of us, I guess, are hedging bets on the fact that not only, well, here's the other thing. With the Me Too movement being so strong, and I don't disagree, it is very strong, but there comes a limit. It's not to infinity. And this trial is proving it. And the fact that a lot of people are coming out with this brand new hashtag, which I've absolutely fallen in love with, is men too. They
Yes.
added that N to show, and it's so simple. Sometimes all you add is one letter, and it changes the entirety of the hashtag, the entirety of the thing you're trying to bring across. And it shows that women are not the only ones who are victims in relationships. And this trial has shown that, and it's going to be a fork in the road for and I've seen their posts, so I had to do some investigative reporting myself, since now I feel like it's kind of my obligation, being in the trenches and all. I started searching on Twitter, like the justice for Johnny Depp. We've seen all of that. So what about the justice for Amber Heard? I started searching and learning, like, what are those people talking about? Well, first of all, I learned that their movement is sparse.
Yes.
Very, very few people subscribe to that mentality, and very few people are in that camp. That's the first thing I learned. And the second thing I learned is that they're just trying to put blinders on, and their main argument is, it's not just the whole, I thought it was just that you have to believe all women. They're just afraid that now the Me Too movement is finally getting some brakes turned on, and they don't like it. They don't like it because their whole argument is, and I see some legitimacy in it, but it's very, very sparse and very few and far in between, in the fact that this trial is going to like hinder women's ability or desire to come forward as victims in if Johnny wins, that is, or if Amber loses, whichever happens. It's going to like restrain them from wanting to come forward and confront their abuser for fear of getting sued, for fear of getting retribution, for fear of this and that. I think they're actually literally trying to protect the liars and the ones who make up stories. That's what it's trying to protect, not the ones who are truly victims, because we can tell who the real victims are, because all the hallmarks are there. The hallmarks are there.
It's like trauma. There's a reason that psychologists, with a level of scientific reliability, can show a trauma victim. Like, there's a reason that that's there, and it's because trauma, it's not the same for everybody, but it leaves a given set, a matrix, if you will, of ramifications. And when you check off a certain amount of boxes in that matrix, or find a certain amount of values match yours, you go, okay, this is where we go. This person seems to be a victim of trauma. And with Amber Heard, you're just not seeing it. And with a lot of women in the Me Too thing, you go, I'm not seeing these hallmarks of trauma. I'm not seeing you like retreating from the company of this person. I'm not seeing you with lingering inabilities to be out in public. I'm not seeing you with public shame. I'm not seeing any of these sort of things. And again, it's different for every person, but I've been covering the Me Too stuff for a while in different industries, and in the anime industry, this one case I covered, one of the accusers, the biggest accusation that they had against the accused was that there was a hotel room incident where he allegedly forced himself upon her. Didn't actually get to sex, but just to this forced kissing and stuff like that would have gotten to forced sexual intercourse if someone hadn't intervened. Okay. Mm-hmm. And yet when you look at that and you go, okay, but that was 10 years ago. And in the following 10 years up until now, you two have remained best friends, not just publicly, but privately, hanging out, going to dinners, doing conventions together, being alone together, like being actual legitimate friends. So that's a problem. And then you say, then you see where they made a report to their employer, right? A sexual harassment report to their employer. And that story isn't included in the sexual harassment report. And it's like, well, wait. So you have this story of what you're alleging to be sexual assault from 10 years ago.
Horrific one. Yeah.
Yeah. Horrific sexual assault from 10 years ago. Not only did you remain friends the entire time, but when you actually did report this person or were questioned about them, you didn't report the one most egregious thing you could report. Instead, what you reported was not sexual assault. And I mean, by any stretch, they reported someone else was consensually kissed. Like, okay. I'm not sure what that does, but you're not reporting your own actual story of what would be legitimately sexual assault. So where are the hallmarks here? Where is your trauma? You're hanging out with this person all the time willingly. You're hugging them, you're kissing them on the cheeks and stuff in public. Like, this is your abuser, apparently, but it's not. And I think people are able to sniff this stuff out. And that's when they go, oh, I don't believe this person. But one thing you said that I want to offer just a little addition to, I think Me Too was powerful. I think it's losing its power quite a bit. I do think it's losing its steam. I think it was really peaking around the time that Amber Heard did this. And I think kind of it's been on a little bit of a downward trend since then. I think people are getting more and more skeptical. I think the Bill Cosby thing, especially his acquittal that came, I mean, quite a bit later, I think that changed some minds and opened some eyes. And they said, wait, judge ruled that they did this improperly, that this is all done through kind of suspect evidence. Okay. I think that helped. I think we've seen a bunch of the accusers in Me Too have their own accusations come out, and people either shield them. And some of the most damaging, one of the founders of the Me Too movement, her brother, I think it was, got accused, and she resigned from the Me Too movement because she could no longer automatically believe women.
I remember that. Yeah.
And it's like, though, every one of those stories erodes this institutional power that they created so quickly.
And you know, don't get me wrong. I think it is disastrous what some men are doing to women, and men can be horrific human beings when it comes to, you know, sexualizing women and treating them in all sorts of ways. But the fear is that some of these women can, with, dare I pardon the pun, with actual malice, I'm saying it in a different, more facetious way.
Colloquial malice.
In the colloquial malice, exactly. To, oh, you know what? I really don't like this guy. He rubbed me the wrong way. So let me ruin his life career, put him in prison, yada, 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 by making allegations, because I know people will believe me, and because I'm a woman. End of story. And now that's what scares me the most. And that's why I'm glad to see that true victims are being represented and they are being heard, and the ones who are not true victims and are making false allegations, at least in part, are being caught in this net. And I hope it begins to correct itself. This equilibrium is shifting the other direction, as you've already stated in a different way. And we'll see. I mean, it's still too early to speak because, you know, we have so much outside perspective. We have so much outside knowledge and information that we get to use that jurors don't. And these jurors are basically, everything is going to be hinging on these 7 people that go back to decide. It is very, very nerve-wracking. I will say that. Despite seeing their faces, I know, I can tell you, you know, I've seen their faces, how they look at Amber Heard. Ian and Runkle can tell you this. I mean, Ian and Rob can tell you the same thing. They don't like Amber Heard. They don't like what she has to say. They were far more interested, and I'll talk about it in my live probably next week or the week after. I'll try to find some time about the Tuesday. I haven't talked about my Tuesday experience yet, and I have like 9 pages of notes, Nick. It's crazy, of like intimate
wait.
details. I've shared a lot of it on Twitter, but there's so much more. And it's, you know, when jurors' body language, like when the 3 of the jurors tilted their seats towards Vasquez on cross-examination, and we're just literally looking at Amber Heard like with this side eye every time she spoke, sometimes barely even looking at her. You can tell their mood. Now, you can't. That doesn't mean that they've already decided, because first of all, by law, they're not supposed to make a decision, which the judge reminds them every time they take a break. But at the same time, you know, you never know. I've had jurors where I'm like, they're so disinterested in the prosecutor's case, and lo and behold, they come back guilty. And I'm like, what the hell just happened? Well, apparently they were already bored. They already made up their mind. They're guilty. They didn't need to listen to the prosecutor. You know,
Yeah.
it's hard to say. You can't. You can only use your eyes and ears and your other senses to kind of gather information, gather data, share it with others so they can create their own opinions. And for the most part, it seems like we're headed in the right direction. It looks like we're headed in, at least not for them siding with Amber Heard, even if they don't side with Johnny Depp. But of course, I'm hoping for the best. I'm still team Johnny Depp all the way, as I'm sure the world knows by now.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing here is I think we've seen an organic transition. Johnny Depp came in with a public advantage on social media anyway. But I think we've seen a real organic transition of the overwhelming majority of people being in favor of Johnny Depp because the truth was out. And that's why it's so critical to have this due process, right? Like that's what due process is, and what people,
14th Amendment. Yeah.
14th Amendment, 5th Amendment, and what people don't understand, this isn't it's not written in the Constitution explicitly. One of the big divides we had from England was the idea of public courts, public tribunals, and the ability of the public. And this is before courthouses in the United States. Robert Barnes was talking about this on my stream one day. It was fascinating. Before courthouses in the United States, you know, the judges used to literally ride the circuit, which is why we had a circuit court, and they would go from town to town. They would spend a couple days there, and in the town square, they would hear the public. They would hear disputes in the public, and they would make their rulings, and literally everyone could come in. So not all towns or counties or anything had a courthouse at the time, but they had judges, and they had to go between these different spots to resolve the disputes. And, you know, it might be a year before the judge comes back to some of these outer areas. So they would go, and the townspeople would gather, and it was a check on the judicial process. It was the townspeople watching the judge and making sure there was some level of impartiality, is watching the prosecutor, watching the defense attorney, watching the civil plaintiff and defendant, and saying, okay, we at least acknowledge that this process is facially legitimate. And we have this system, and this is why I want, for one thing, I want them to undo the federal rule that says we can't stream federal trials, because I think federal trials should be broadcast to the fucking sun. But I think we not only should have the ability to have every courtroom broadcast live, I think every courtroom should be broadcast live, except in the very rare and specific instances where you have like a child victim, maybe that that you don't want to expose, something like that. But
disability and mental inquest. So those 3 are the exception. I can tell you just real quick, Nick, sorry to interrupt, but
no.
Because we have cameras in Kentucky, every courtroom I've ever been to, even some of them have VHS, believe it or not. I don't know if they've upgraded, but in like 2016, some courtrooms in Western Kentucky had VHS. But anyway, everything is recorded, and you can convert it to digital. There are only 3 exceptions. Juvenile court is not, and you can't get a copy unless you like sign all this paperwork, and you may still not be able to get it. Disability court and mental inquest, like those 3 are the exceptions. So everything short of that, is in state court, district and circuit, is available. You can literally $25. Like people have been asking me, like, how do you get this courtroom footage? I pay $25 to the circuit court clerk, and I get a copy.
Yeah,
That's
it's their time and resources in getting a DVD and hitting record, and that's what or copying the file and then giving it to you. That's that. No, and I think with now, with things like YouTube and the availability that first of all, there's UCourt or there's ULive or whatever, which is a service that'll allow any court to broadcast. But even with YouTube, we saw some courts like Jeffrey Middleton's court in Michigan, which became really famous really quickly because he's just such a likable and seemingly level-headed judge, live streaming during COVID. And all it took was just plugging the court feed that's already happening into an internet connection and uploading it to YouTube live. And this idea that the public can check on their judicial system at any moment, to me, is highly, highly appealing. And I think it's in the interest of transparency and due process that our government is always checked by the public at all times. So obviously we want to protect certain instances where we want to protect the dignity of someone. Sure. But largely put this stuff in public because you can already walk into the courtroom. And if you can walk into the courtroom unimpeded, a camera should be out there broadcasting it. I don't think we should have media petitions to get stuff in courtrooms. I think we should have media petitions to keep, or party petitions to keep the media out for specific instances. But I
agree.
With that, I promised to start reading super chats and I never did. So let me do that right now.
Like an hour ago.
Yeah, I know. Good conversation, man. That'll do it.
No, dude, I love it.
Me 10 out of 10 times. Mega Man Chronicles. May I please get a toast for my dog Nano? I had him for 14 years, a Cocker Spaniel. He was a little brother to me, and he was indeed one of the very best of boys and was loved very much. To dog Nano, cheers to his memory. Cheers to his loving relationship with his owner. And though we may be sad at his passing, we know that his time here was well spent and well loved. Cheers.
Cheers.
Ryu D, any recommendations of a Scotch whiskey for a lawyer as thanks? Depends what your budget is. Ryu, email me in giant capital letters, whiskey recommendation for gift, and give me an idea what budget you're talking about, because I got recommendations in all ranges. Andrew George says, gave myself a black eye with a pothole digger making grapevine trellises this morning. Might accuse Johnny Depp of domestic assault later on. I don't know. Will you rep me? 100%. But I'm going to need $1 million retainer. Literal Gamer. Hey, Nick, are you excited for Carmen Electra's OnlyFans? Is it 1999 Carmen Electra? If so, yes. Otherwise, no. Wasn't she married to Dennis Rodman or something? That's a weird situation. Exenter 1. Hey, Nick, celebration time. Just accepted an offer on a new job. Big pay increase, so I'm paying homage to the Griff King. Keep on keeping on. Hey, thank you, brother. Congratulations. Jerkoff Juggernaut says it seems like maybe Herd's team is trying to save time with the depots, but they wasted so much time to build a story that doesn't exist. The chance of them pulling this out of the weeds is highly unlikely. Look, if Amber Heard wins this case, and Amber Heard might, people need to understand there's a very real possibility that Amber Heard wins, that Johnny Depp does not win his case. That's the most likely a very likely outcome is that Johnny Depp does not win. I don't think Amber Heard wins on her counterclaim, but that Johnny Depp does not win his case is a very, very likely outcome still. It's not because of what Amber Heard's team did. It's because of how defamation works. That's a critical thing here. And that's how you can, it's one of my problems with defamation, but it's how you can win in public opinion and lose in court. Very, very simply, is that defamation is a mess to sue over. Dirty Dan says, any word on Jim coming on the show, or is that still in the works? Jim has not gotten back to me. He's been very, very busy following a very, very volatile and idiotic Ethan Ralph. So I've been giving him, I sent a message to him asking what his availability was. He hasn't gotten back to me. But I'm also not pushing because I know Ralph is doing such crazy shit at such a crazy, insane pace that Jim's watching all of it. So we'll get him soon enough. Ovid, seems to me that Amber's PR guy probably has TikTok vids and memes he's sending to legacy media. They write articles not defending her, but just saying people too mean. Companies start to censor, and Amber is now a victim. Oh yeah. I just speaking from my own personal experience, I strongly suggest that YouTube is trying to add some info to the algorithm to reduce the amount of Johnny Depp clip videos that came out. Because initially those things got huge traction. And since the break, they're still doing really well, but they're not doing as well as they were. And it came after a bunch of articles talking about how gross those clips were. Tall Skinny Geek, stop trying to steal your audience's money in exchange for information and entertainment, Runkle. Colonel Negative, hi Nick, been over 3 years since I first discovered you while my wife was pregnant with our son. Proud to see you hit 400,000 this week as we prep for little brother due June 2nd. Cheers and continued success to you and Lady Raggets. Hey, thank you, Colonel Negative. Congrats, brother. Having 2 kids is a whole different world than having one, and you're in for an adventure, buddy, especially brothers. They're great. Rick Heskew says, Ricada, here is a little help to improve your bourbon game. Do you think my bourbon game is weak? I mean, you want to, are we fighting now? Is that what this has come to? I think my bourbon game is on point. Bear Kada, what happened? I was watching Ian and all of a sudden disappeared. Then I got message saying YouTube crashed. He's gone for all of my devices. No, his stream was privated. These are from way earlier. Obviously, we've discussed it now, and hopefully we'll get some resolution on this really soon. Tasha, how about a cheers for Runkle? We did that. Cheers. The WYND says, I'm wondering why the tool that looked like a utility knife on the photo of the broken bed wasn't called out. Is that something that can be pointed to in rebuttal, or is it unimportant? You bring it on close if you want. But remember what DUI guy said. Can you simplify this case to a reasonable degree for the jury? This case is 6 weeks. There are 1,000,000 miles of footpaths to follow, to various rabbit holes to dig into. And getting into all of those, or even any of those, clouds what this case is ultimately about. All of those details are in an ether, a cloud, a fog around the jury. What you need to do is clarify a path towards your answer. That's the job on close. Can you bring up this stuff? You can just tell them, you can see the knife on the bed. Do you think a boot or a knife made that thing on the bed? You can, but do you really want to focus on this one detail of the bed on close? Or do you want to get to the greater issue of, you haven't heard anything credible to lead you to believe that this man has abused anybody. Nobody saw it. The only person claiming any abuse is interested in winning $100 million judgment against him. That's the only person who's testified to abuse. So what do you believe? That's where you want to keep your focus, in my opinion. This case is technically about defamation, and I think bringing it back to the defamation is critical. Getting lost in the weeds, you're gonna have its 2.5 hour rambling closing argument. It's gonna be a mess. Jury's gonna fall asleep after 30 minutes, and you're gonna be done. There's a reason high school and college classes run 40 to 50 minutes long. That's all the attention you're gonna get out of someone, in my opinion. Let's see. What's your longest close you've ever done?
My longest was actually probably my latest trial, and 45 minutes, 50 minutes, maybe. And that was by far, I mean, that was the most difficult case I have ever done. It was, I represented a client who was driving at night and just consumed like minutes prior. So he was still dead sober. and he gets into a wreck because there's a car coming towards him on a hill. They're both coming up on a hill, and there's like the peak at the top, and he could not see, he saw headlights. He could not see how close the car was to his lane. And at the very last moment, when they both like traverse the peak, he realizes he's looking at headlights, and he had to take evasive maneuvers, which, by the way, was also insanely indicative of sobriety, because the level of reaction that had to be so quick. And he reacted, he avoided the crash, but he ended up veering off the road and kind of rolling in at a very slow speed relatively, as he was slowing down through the grass, and he struck a house. He struck someone's home, kind of denting the brick there a little bit. And then they do field sobriety tests, and he looks dead sober. But then by the time he gets to the station, and by the way, the cop, I almost forgot, the cop had a PBT with him, and he decides to make up this excuse of like, oh, he wanted to give him a PBT, but I guess the gears started grinding because he's an experienced officer. And he makes up this whole story of it's like a dead battery and the thing won't work. One of the officers even says, dude, I'll go to Walgreens for you. I'll get you a battery. And he's like, oh, no. I have a battery. Wait a minute. What? You just said you don't have a battery. He offered to bring you a battery. Now you say you don't have a. So like it was all very, very fishy. And then right as he's arresting my client, by the way, he says, you're under arrest for operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So we're going to go to the station and figure out if that's the case. That's a direct quote after the handcuffs are going on the poor man.
That should have been dismissed for no probable cause.
Well, he goes to the station and he blows, are you ready for it? 0.098, I think was the number. He's over the limit. But it was like an hour and 15 minutes later. So we never disputed that he didn't drink. Oh, he drank. He had like 3 or 4 ounces of liquor, but he's been processing it this whole time.
Yeah.
And the jury was like, and I remember I told you about the whole thing about analogies. It actually came to me one day in the shower. The best ideas, Nick, I'm sure you know, they always come to you in the shower. I don't know.
Yep.
That's been my life pretty much in the legal world, because your brain is just processing all this stuff. And I came up with the analogy of the puck. You know, those the puck in those strength tests at carnivals. You grab the giant mallet and you hit the little thing, and the top, I was explaining to the jury, the top is the 0.08. And the cop at the side of the road, he knew, because he's an experienced police officer, he if he hit that puck right there, our client was maybe at like 0.02, 0.01, 0.03, somewhere in there. But he's like, but if I wait for him to digest that alcohol, he's going to keep on climbing. And by the time we get to the station, I don't know if that's the case. It's not a guarantee, but he might just be 0.08 or greater. And ding, 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 ding. I struck gold when he blew into that machine. And now we have our DUI, which is exactly what I wanted. And the jury was like, no. And my argument, the judge actually, like ahead of time, he warned me, I'm only going to give you this much time. And I said, and I just started rolling with it. I'm like, I don't fucking care. You can tell me what you want. I will ask you to hold me in contempt if I'm not done with my job and you're cutting me off mid-argument. But luckily, I was able to get everything out. And when he finally tried to cut me off the second time, I was almost done. I said, Your Honor, I just need 1 more minute. And I really only had 5 minutes left, and I could just condensed it. It would have been like an hour long, but it ended up being 50 minutes. And it's on YouTube. It's on my channel, by the way. There's a playlist for the car versus house trial, and it's on my YouTube channel. You can go check it out. The closing is in there. Honestly, I know it's my own closing, and I know I'm tooting my own horn, but it truly is one of the most beautiful closings I've ever done, because it was just so on point. I covered every base. I wanted to make sure the jury understands before they go to deliberate what this case is about.
That's a tough case, because if you have a 0.08 at an intoxilizer at the station, the presumption is guilty. It's written into the law. So you have to explain to the jury why that's not true. And that's a really tough thing to do. So hats off to you.
And because they went under both theories. They went, because in DUIs you can go under .08 and they can vote guilty on that, or they can go an officer opinion that he was under the influence. And they went under both in this case, and they lost under both with a number. I mean, nobody, including myself, when I finished that closing, I walked out and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to win this. There's just, it's too easy to lose. It's too easy for the prosecution to win. But I did my best, and lo and behold, they issued that not guilty.
Right. And for the chat, of course, the advice of all of us is don't drink and then drive. Like, that's the simple answer
Never.
to all of this. Do not drink and drive. But the reality is the metabolic processes of intoxication is, if you were to pound 3 shots right now, you have like a 20-minute window where that won't hit your bloodstream and start affecting you for a little bit. You should not drive in that window. But there are people who do have an amount of liquor, and then they know there's a 5-minute drive, so they're going to drive home, and they're not going to get to that level of intoxication biologically. And so they do that. Again, completely against any advice. You should not do this at all, but that's the reality. And explaining that to a jury is a tough thing. I've only ever had, I always said I never took a case to trial, but I forgot my first case went to bench trial. I never went to jury trial. And so, but my close in that case was pretty quick. It was like 5-6 minutes.
Because you're arguing to a judge, arguing the law mostly. They already heard the facts. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it was a family law situation on child support, and the facts were so heavily on our side that it was embarrassing. The other attorney should have really, the client should have sued his attorney, because she cost him tens of thousands of dollars in legal representation that shouldn't have happened. Like, he should never have contested. I told him what we would win, because Minnesota, the divide of child support is statutory, and it's literally a math formula. You plug in numbers into boxes, and there was no actual dispute on numbers. They tried to raise a dispute by suggesting that his parents were being paid childcare providers. So the grandparents of the child are being paid childcare providers, apparently, but they never cashed a check because they wouldn't take money to watch their grandson, right? Like, that wasn't going to happen. And they weren't licensed, and they had never been inspected. Their home had never been inspected for approval to do this. So, I mean, my cross exam of the guy's dad took, 20 minutes or whatever, but it's like, so he wrote you a check, right? For $2,000 for childcare, right? Yeah. Did you cash that check? No. Of course not. Your grandpa, right? Like, you're not going to cash a check to watch your grandson, are you? No. I tore it up.
Nice.
Yes. And it was like, and you've never been inspected. You've never had your home inspected by the county to determine if it's, up to code for childcare, have you? You don't have a childcare license, of course, because you're just a grandfather, right? Yeah. I mean, and it was done. I mean, it was such a dumb case. And that guy paid, I think about $20,000 to pay more than we had asked for in mediation. It was so stupid.
Plus the lawyers, plus stress, plus loss of sleep, plus all these things on top. It's just, I agree.
Yeah,
what are you going to
do? Geodes says the Amber Turd cannot be destroyed by mortal means. It was forged in the fires of Hollywood and celebrity BS. It can only be destroyed through the courts and the fires of social media to be unmade. Oh, hi, Nick and Runkle. I'm Stormin' Mormon says hashtag free the elf. I agree. Runkle's knife ears tingled and YouTube shut him down. Gail A-Voice says great job, guys. Thank you, Gail. Very happy to have you. Debbie, will you invite Law and Lumber also? I would have invited Rob even sooner. I didn't know he wanted to come on because he had been talking about firing up his own live stream, and I didn't want to infringe on that. But once I knew he wanted to pop on here, happy to have him. I'm always happy to have LawTube on. It's so great. Except that I hate that it's called LawTube. Dr. Martin Luther Pepe says, do you need your wife to fix your mic, Joe? Yes, he does. Mr. Armageddon, this is YouTube. Nick, we took down that one live stream as you requested. We're waiting for the compensation that you promised us. We kept our end of the deal. And now you have 18,000 plus watching live. Please pay up. YouTube, thank you for doing it. Look, I was looking at probably like a 4,000, 5,000 person chilled out Thursday stream, not really talking about any major subjects. I was going to talk about the SEC Supreme Court ruling, which I think is hilarious. That's all I was going to do. I was going to go probably 3 hours and then just go pass out. Everything was great. And then I saw the opportunity to take that motherfucker, Runkle of the Bailey, down and transition everyone over here. Cornelius Buttknuckles says, might as well invite Viva and Barnes too. I don't know if they're even up at this point. Debbie, everyone grab a mega pint and be sure to take photos of Runkle passed out in case you need them later. Iric the Red, how much to get Rob to draw a dong on Runkle's forehead before he puts our little elf rebel to bed?
That would have been epic.
Oh God. I love Runkle. I do half wish he would have just passed out in his chair and slumped over. Like that would have been funny.
That would have been content, dude. That would have been like straight up a 30-second short with 100,000 views in like a day.
Yeah. Joe Quixotic says, how many bottles of Provigil do you snort for a 10-hour stream? I take 1 200 milligram pill of Provigil for some of the trial streams. Usually not Monday because I'm pretty well rested. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week, I had 1 200 milligram Provigil as I am prescribed by my doctor. Look, guys, like legitimately, I don't fuck around with pharmaceuticals. I don't really get into any, like I've tried marijuana a couple times. It's fine, but I kind of don't like the way it puts my brain in a fog. So I don't do that. I don't mess around with that shit at all. I actually don't take Provigil most of the time because it's too fucking cool. And that worries me more than anything, that I think it's cool. So I only take it when I'm really, really need to be awake and have trouble with it. So Dirty Dan, if you're sad that you're not able to support Runkle, help me rebuild a car. My GoFundMe is Rebuild a Gem. Had to get in on the grift. Sorry. Never apologize for sending me money. Zim the Despot. Hey, Ricada, have you seen the whole thing with the YouTube channel Quantum TV going after other YouTubers by filing copyright claims that are false? People keep bringing up Quantum TV. I don't know anything about it. And because of Depp and Heard, I haven't had time to look into shit. So I do not. His targets include the Act Man who did a video explaining that it was perjury. Okay. I'll try and look into it when I have time. Tomorrow night's show, I was going to do it tonight. Keemstar is being sued again. We're going to look at the complaint and see if it's anywhere near as disastrous as Romeo Lacoste's complaint was against Keemstar, but I will be talking about that probably tomorrow night. So we're just trying to get to the regular vanilla drama of Deaf Noodles YouTuber suing Keemstar, the YouTuber, because Keemstar may have said something about Deaf Noodles engaging in inappropriate conduct with, I think, underage girls or something like that. I don't know the story. We're going to find out tomorrow. So that regular vanilla level of drama it was going to be tonight some, but it's going to be tomorrow. Andrew Wahoo, considered the super chat a down payment on our trip to O'Neill's if we ever get a chance to go. Also, my interview is in 13 hours from the time of this chat. Go get it, brother. You will nail it. Be you. You're a good dude. Go get a better, go improve your lot in life. Yuri Amai says, hello, I just sent 200 plus 20 right now, all for Runkle though. Yep, I will be contributing to Runkle's live stream. Debbie Runkle, YouTube answered you on Twitter. Barricada, I think you guys are all great. Keep up the good work. Runkle is in the trenches fighting for us, the public, and he's Canadian. Never known a Canadian fighter until I met Runkle, the Elven. Let's see, what do we got? Abby Meyer for Amber's daughter's college fund. Oh, okay. I don't know, that's confusing me, but I got it. Eric Miller, LawTube needs trading cards. Runkle, the Elven lawyer. Law and Lumber, the wooden lawyer. DUI guy, the liquid lawyer. Logic is lawman. Mindset in professor lawyer. Ricada is the chaos lawyer. Well, I think I'm the unbreaded lawyer. Tara Rayner, in my opinion, Amber Heard team has had enough of her and decided to play Depo excerpts that tanked her case for turds and giggles. and every witness pro Amber Heard is just as unlikable and awful as she is. Conceding should be imminent if sane. I mean, I don't subscribe to the conspiracy theory that her lawyers are betraying her, but I do think that they have this week has been an unmitigated disaster for Amber Heard. It has been failure after failure after failure. And the weird thing is, all of these pre-recorded video depositions, they know the answers they're going to get. They've seen the depositions. They know how they look, and they ran with them anyway. And I am blown away that they did not literally kidnap some of these witnesses and drag them to a bar in Virginia to be served a subpoena. Like, drug them with Rohypnol or whatever, and when they fall unconscious in LA, put them in a van, drive them to Virginia, drop them in the parking lot of a bar, and have a process server waiting for when they wake up, be like, welcome to Virginia, here you go. Now you have to appear because you're within the jurisdiction. I cannot figure out like why they didn't do something like that. These people needed to be in person in court for Amber Heard. If my case is going to be entirely done by video deposition, I would look for a bullet. Speaking
of, by the way, that's another point that I've been meaning to make, and I haven't really made yet in watching this trial live, and I haven't been able to really catch up the last couple of days. But anyway, I've been just following the tweets and updates from everybody. Have you noticed how many witnesses for Amber Heard are giving video depositions? And we had some for Johnny too, so I'm not saying like it's only Amber Heard, but at least two of them that I noticed, it was Io and Raquel. Io was like, yeah, the last time I spoke to Amber was like June of 2021 or something, or September.
Oh, this is wild. Yeah.
Raquel is like, I haven't talked to her in like 9 months. So I'm like, these people have abandoned her. Like, would you call her a friend? And she pauses for like 15 seconds, is what it felt like eternity. I wouldn't call her not a friend. I mean, she's not an enemy. And I'm like, the jury is like, they know these concepts. They're simple concepts. They're human beings. And you're like, when you say that about a person, you're not showing up in person. Because normally, and I may be completely wrong about just the practice of law at this point, because I'm learning so many new things in this. But like, I thought you could only give like a video deposition unless the person is unavailable or deceased. I thought those were the rules of evidence. So unless both parties stipulate, like, I don't have a problem, to allow that video testimony to come in. What am I missing here?
My non-qualified as not a Virginia attorney understanding of Virginia law is that in their power to compel testimony, they do not have like for lack of a better word, a long arm provision to pull someone in and compel them to appear via testimony, but they do have the power to compel a video deposition, which can then be substituted. So they don't even have the power to force a remote appearance. And it's weird because like Virginia's civil law seems like it's like decades behind the rest of the country.
It is unanimity. It's 7 people. What the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, it's really strange, but that's what I'm starting to, what I've been informed of by smarter people than me, like Andrea and Rob, is that Virginia does not have the power to compel out-of-state testimony. And so they can compel out-of-state discovery. So with that, you get a deposition that's video, you can enter it in as testimony in the case, but you can't force them to appear. But see,
jurors are simple people. They're not, first of all, not only do they not know any of these concepts, all they know is, oh, these are her ex-friends who won't talk to her anymore, and it won't even fucking show up to support her in court in person.
Yeah, there's that.
That's my bottom line.
That's been surprising. The other thing is it's a sneaky testimony that, like, why the fuck wasn't this edited out? The sneaky testimony from all these witnesses that Amber Heard contacted them after a period of not contacting them right before their deposition to try and make amends. like we got that testimony from 2 or 3 witnesses between the past or yesterday, and it was like, oh yeah, Amber talked to me last time I talked 2 months before my deposition. It was like, and at that time, did she know you were going to be noticed for deposition? Well, no. I mean, the lawyers were there with her talking, but then, you know, I guess she maybe didn't know that I was going to be deposed right after that. And so we talked a little bit, and then I got, you know, noticed for deposition like the next day. And I'm like,
Wow.
I mean, this is crazy stuff that was being admitted to by these witnesses. And again, I'm sitting here going, even if the jury doesn't understand like the tampering implications of that, they're going, the first time you contacted this person in like 2 years is to ask them for deposition, to like be all sweet and nice to them right before it. Like, that doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't, and they still wouldn't show up. That's the other thing, of course. The not showing up is so crippling to their case. Like,
I agree.
I would have begged, paid, whatever to get to get somebody in that damn courtroom. The WYND, Amber Heard also stated on the stand that the op-ed wasn't just about Johnny. Doesn't that point to her speaking specifically about him? Oh yeah, the idea that the op-ed is not about Johnny was out the window, I think, in the opening statements from the defense. That they sort of alluded to a technical argument that like a reasonable person might not know it was about Johnny Depp. And I think with the lawyer's testimony today, they're going to try and argue a theory that based on her reliance on counsel's advice, that she could not have defamatorily published a statement, which is it's a legal theory I've seen. I don't know where has adopted it, but I think they're going to try that theory. She took all the advice of her counsel to not publish something defamatory to Johnny Depp, but to also tell the general truth that she was going for. And so she shouldn't be guilty of that. I don't think that flies in most jurisdictions. I have, again, seen that legal theory. I don't think it's adopted in many places because it's ludicrous.
On that note, Nick, it's like 3 a.m. here. So I'm gonna peace out. But before I go, I just want to let chat know. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but once again, we've had some drama here with YouTube, who has been taking down videos. Ian has been targeted. Logic has been targeted. Their videos are down talking about the events of day 19 of the Amber Heard trial. I have tweeted about it. So go on my Twitter, go on Joe's Twitter, go on Ian's Twitter, go on Rob's Twitter. I don't know who else tweeted about it. Go on all of their Twitter accounts, retweet, comment, like, make sure that this is being heard, number one. And number two, I will be there in the flesh on Monday. I'm going back into that courtroom. I know Ian's got to go. He said he's going to try and come for closings. Rob may be there a couple of days next week, but I'm for sure going to be there. Hopefully all 5 days. That's what I'm hoping for, but we'll see. Thanks for having me, Nick.
Of course, buddy, all the time. Thank you for the work you've done. And guys, again, everybody on the panel is in the description, but DUI guy's still here. There's 16,000 of you monsters watching in the chat. Make sure you go check out his channel. These guys are doing something that is truly admirable. They're sacrificing their time, their treasure, and their bodies to be in this courtroom for the sole purpose of exposing to the public what's going on in a courtroom where you can only see what the cameras show you. So make sure you check them out. Listen to all their stuff. You said you're doing a stream tomorrow. Do you know what time?
No, I'm not going to be doing a stream tomorrow.
Okay, you're just.
I'm going to try, but I can make no promises. I have too much on my plate right now. But I am definitely going to be tweeting on Monday, and I am almost certainly going to be going live on Monday. But other than that, my schedule is just too backed up. I'm already 4 days behind on work, so I've been catching up all day today, and I'm still not done.
All right, brother. Well, get some rest. You've earned it, and good luck with your work. And let me know when you're streaming so I can tweet it out and share that so people can so some extra people can find it.
I will post it in the group chat we got going on. So
Sounds
thanks
good, buddy.
again. Have a great night.
Peace. You too.
Bye.
Bye. All right. There we go. That was the DUI guy. Again, I can't stress enough. As gay as it is, LawTube is a thing. It is a community of really good people, legitimately, who are not uniform in experience, who are not uniform in opinion, but are all uniform in one thing: integrity and genuineness. All of us trying to just bring you our most honest opinions on these subjects. We love to talk about them. We love to disagree with each other. We love to agree with each other and flesh out our ideas and hopefully bring some knowledge to each of you. I encourage every one of you to subscribe to all of the LawTube. Again, as much as I hate that fucking name, the LawTube community, because it is something new. It is something the media cannot, will not, and has not ever done. Cannot do, will not do, has not ever done. And it's only because of people like you who are out there. So your like organic help, I wish it could express enough. We're always at the mercy of the algorithm, but the thing that trumps the algorithm every single time is when you guys say, I love what's going on, and you share it outside of YouTube. You share it on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, Instagram, whatever the hell you use. Gab, Minds, Truth Social, wherever you are, sharing these things outside and having people click on that link is way more valuable than a play next video on YouTube. It carries so much more weight. So make sure you do that. If you like people's coverage, show them. And all you have to do to show them is click like. If you really like it, share it. Speaking of which, if you haven't clicked like on this stream, please click like. Try to bring you great unbreaded shows every night. We will be doing unbreaded in just a little bit. And I am committed to reading all the super chats that came in tonight, as stupid as that may be, since we're already 3 hours in. I will be finishing tonight. We're not going into tomorrow with a deficit of super chats from tonight's show. Wait. Cat Leho says, sacrifice one stream and show face legal bites, brother. Show face legal bites. You want me to go like not do a stream one day and go on Legal Bites' stream? No. I'm streaming the Amber Heard trial, Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Just as she is. I would never ask her to abandon her stream to come on mine, nor would I ask anybody to abandon their streams and come on mine. This is we're a community, but we're all independent. This is what we do. That being said, any of the other times, Legal Bites is always welcome on this channel. And I presume I'd be happily able to talk to her on her channel, probably when the trial's over, because we're both very, very busy, but that's the way it goes. But yeah, I'm nobody needs to give up a stream in any scenario, because everybody has plenty of people who want to see stuff from their perspectives, their insights. So, Dark Loosh G says, there's not been a gathering like this in our lifetime. The song has been sung. The time is upon us. We must convene the brethren court. Admit it. It's a better name than LawTube. Keep being awesome, guys. I kind of hate the name LawTube. I really hate it. You have no idea. It carries so much baggage that I don't want. Read my member chat before it's gone. I'll hit like. It may already be gone. I'm going to check in just a minute. Let me see where these are. Nope, I'm not there yet. The Helmet Head says, hey, Nick, go check Team YouTube's Twitter. Lots of random streams are being taken down for the same thing as Runkle and Joe. Appears there are bots going around taking down streams and flagging content. WMMA Scene Now says, JFC, all Joe does is stream other people's streams? WTF. No, he does not. Joe does plenty of his own content. During Amber Heard, he's doing like a weird streamception thing. It's kind of funny how it works, but no, Joe streams tons of original content, and he puts out some pretty interesting takes, so check him out. M169, messing around with a team of YouTube attorneys. I don't know who my money is on. Darius Harvey, clip it. That was from I think Rob's Law and Lumber's rant there. Chris Holman, did someone say class action? Certifying a federal class gets really complicated. Michelle Dejaris says, for Runkle et al., if bots are sent, next are hackers sent to email to get access to your videos, they'll delete everything. YouTube has no backups. Ensure all security measures are on all accounts. This happened to me on a different account. I have all of my videos on YouTube stored. All of them. Every single one. I had to buy a NAS server, and I think what am I at on there? I haven't uploaded. My recent ones are still not local. Oh, my NAS server is offline at the moment, but I have 15 terabytes, and it is not. It's closing in on filling up, so I have all of it. As for other people, who knows? Who knows? But I have them all backed up. Cult of Personality says, Nick, check your Twitter DMs. From Righty Rofty Pixels. Gentlemen, this is war. LawTube versus all the corporate turds. For Joe, for Runkle, hashtag YouTube is breaded. The Squid. Amber Heard is a psycho. Hashtag Amber Heard is a psycho. Guess this stream will get privated to make it a trifecta of spam bot streams are taken down. Hashtag YouTube are cucks. I dare them to fucking try. Someone did not start a LawTube channel. Someone had a LawTube channel long before it was ever called LawTube. It's been around for a while. Carl Schmidt. So this stream is basically the founding of the LawTube Cinematic Universe's super team against YouTube tyranny, but you guys just can't figure out what to call yourselves. Look, people are going to call it LawTube. There's nothing I can do about it. I just want anything else. Bernhard. This is the best live stream ever. Keep going, guys. Imagine the screaming match between Amber and Elaine. Chigone says, what about a hearsay of lawyers? Also loving you all. That's a good one. Adrian Reynolds sent you a Twitter DM. I just started streaming, and on my last one from 2 days ago has been privated, and the only thing I can think of as we talk about Amber on it. I'm not here. Can the jury find they both abused each other, but Amber lied about sexual assault and rule in Johnny's favor because of only the sexual assault? The jury can do whatever the fuck they want. They can rule in Johnny's favor or Amber's favor or nobody's favor. That's what they can do for whatever reason they desire. They don't have to justify to anybody what they do. Savak Grimm end closing with a quote stating the statistics of men who are victims of, or the number of men who don't report domestic abuse. And if the audio of her taunting Depp and saying they won't believe him, play them off. Maybe. Brian Wilson, what about when Amber Heard grabbed the box of tissues statistics when one of the jurors needed a tissue? That was super fake. PB4C51, thank you for the donation. Ratch, of course Johnny Depp can command, control, charm a room. He's Captain Jack Sparrow, mate. Savvy. L. Bogman says, more for Runkle of the Bailey. We'll send him a very nice welcome back super chat next time he streams. Assuming I see it, I will send him a nice super chat at some point, but hopefully the next time he streams. Scarvy the Strange, ask any Rocky Horror Shadow player for a makeup artist. That said, it was nice seeing Runkle in Fairfax. Too bad he won't stay to get a mega pint at Old Shaban. I think he can't. I think he really has to get back. Can the jury recommend perjury charges? Nope. Shaster tube. I like that, absent-minded. Big Guy Superbike says, Rob, I don't think I heard anyone mention Whitney Heard said Johnny Depp always had a pocket knife on him. What, if any, pocket knives do you see on this bed? Morgan says, for the professional makeup artists and drinks. Thank you, Morgan. Andrew Valentine, Georgia area union makeup artist here. Tag me in. Let's make some content. Andrew Valentine, dude, seriously, DM those guys. Email me, Giant Caps, Georgia area makeup artist. I can try and get you in touch. If they don't do that, they're insane. Let me get over to Rumble here. Emorsk says, Runkle is why all of you should be on Rumble and promote it. It's insane that they are not. I am on Rumble, as you guys on Rumble know, of course. I know people on Rumble think I don't see you. I do. I do every day. I see you. I see the Odyssey people as well. Emorsk, all of you in chat should be showing support by donating Rumble Rants if you're able to do so, even if it's only $1. SC Medic 71, imagine if the whole LawTube crew was on Rumble. Let me just suggest that I think that that's something that people are trying to work out. Cloud Duel, don't tell me I can't see shit. I've seen that picture on of Amber Heard's bed. Kyan Rennell, after the Ellen Barkin testimony, can we now call Johnny Depp a tosser? Also good logic smells. Yes and yes. No name guy. Runkle, join Rumble. I was watching you. It's on purpose by Google. But Daddy Mac says, Runkle, I think you're missing the point. The ability of their team to game the system is a feature, not a bug. No name guy Joe, sign up for Rumble at least for backup, etc. Runkle 2. SC Medic 71. It's a gaggle of lawyers. This is a good time to mention I am on Rumble. You can find me on Rumble, Ricada Law. I got a lot of Rumbles. 25,000 subscribers. All of my live streams, pretty much. There is a possibility of certain live streams not being simulcast to Rumble. In weird instances, we're not, but generally speaking, all of my live streams are on Rumble and Odyssey. You can check them out. Haka Nui, I got to donate to you guys after that tirade by Good Logic, lol. Joe Schmo 1 of 3. The singularity happens when Ethan Ralph melts down in the gallery of Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. Could you imagine busting in? You're like, hey, what am I? Let's fucking go. I don't care who you are. I'll slap the shit out of you, fucker. Like, if he did that in the middle of trial, I would actually respect him. Elvana says, tell DUI guy that he's at 156,000 subscribers. He was talking about Twitter. He's at 35,000 Twitter followers. But yeah, his YouTube channel is great. 156K. All right. WH Asian says, I super chatted about this before, if you remember, Nick, but the lawyers in the gallery thing can be huge if you all continue to pursue it as a community. No need to stream in court, just updates about the jury reactions. Over on Odyssey, the Great US says, another Johnny Depp victim speaks out. 1 minute of horrifying abuse from Winona Ryder. Let me check this. Wait, it says Winona's Ryder. Courtney Love just said in a video statement that Johnny Depp saved her life by performing CPR in the 90s as she was having an overdose. Her daughter also says that in one way he saved her life too. Well, there you go. That's Courtney Love. Johnny Depp killed Kurt Cobain by saving Courtney Love's life. There you go. Retro-oopers. I love what DUI guy is saying and emphatically agree. Y'all need to see this Facebook group that includes faux psychologists. It also includes 1L students who claim badgering by Camille Vasquez. Lol. Yeah, Camille Vasquez did nothing even close to badgering Amber Heard. 1L law student. 1L law students, like, look, I love you, but they're universally retarded. And they'll get there. They'll round out. But seriously. Johnny punched her 50 times in the chest, just enough to revive her, almost like he has healing punches. Karen Stusek says, hashtag justice for Joe, hashtag justice for Runkle are trending on Twitter. Fucking amazing. 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 I wish I would have seen that in real time. I wonder how they're doing. No, it's give me justice for Johnny Depp. Justice for Runkle. I don't know how to see certain trending hashtags. I there's like a way to see the hashtag's performance, but I don't know where it is. Okay, Mandy says, can you please tell DUI guy to take off that Metallica shirt? I'll loan him one of my superior Megadeth shirts. STFU says, can I get a toast to my goldfish, Charlie? He only lived 1 year, but it was the greatest year a goldfish ever spent with me in 1978 to 1979. Or better yet, screw Charlie. Can we stop having in memoriam toasts worth the $20 donations? Maybe. If people want to stop sending them, I guess. RN Rules says, please don't drink and drive. We don't need the business. True. By the way, I'm pretty sure every DUI lawyer on earth would prefer if no one drank and drive ever again. Alejandro Hernandez says, from Megapints to Amber's lawyer's cat tweeting and Aquaman being the best film of all time, Lord, this has been one of my favorite court cases ever. Strategic defense concepts. The idea of broadcasting courts is great. My concern is non-attorneys and YouTube hype makers utilizing it to create internet bloodsport content, exposing average people to ravages of the internet at their worst time and the hell that brings. It's a valid concern, but that's freedom, baby. I don't know what else to tell you. That's freedom, baby. AC's Drafting says, hi, Ricada, love the show. I had no debt and couldn't get a loan. Got a couple credit cards and bam, show me the money and debt. Sad world. Love the show and keep it up. Yeah, you have to prove to the debt companies that you can pay debt. It's weird. It's backwards because you think, oh, I'm being responsible. I don't have any debt at all. But they also don't know that you can go ahead and pay it, that you're used to paying things. I ran into a similar issue when just recently when buying my car. They're like, yeah, you know, your credit score will probably be a lot better after you have this car payment for a couple of years. I'm like, yeah, well, I prefer not having payments. This is what I prefer, is not having a mortgage and not having a car payment. That's my preferred place to be. But the credit companies want you to have those things. So unfortunately, that's how it goes. Strategic defense, kind of read that one. Solarial X message retracted. Also says LawTube TCG, the card game idea. Rackets, the unbreaded chaos. Eclipse Warlord says, I remember when you first got 1,000 live viewers. I don't remember the specific stream, but I remember how crazy that idea was to me. When I first started live streaming, I started live streaming, by the way, when live streaming was pretty young on YouTube, or when super chatting was pretty young on YouTube. My first couple live streams, I think, were to like 100 people, 120 people. And they just grew and grew and grew. And it was crazy to see. You're like, wow, this many people are watching. Member new, welcome to lawyer status, message retracted. I don't even know who that is. Don't know who sent that. Keone says, did anyone else think Tracy Jacobs looked like a blonde version of the costume lady from The Incredibles? Yes, I got that super chat today. Also, I think it's only LawTube when it's a panel is all men. Giggity. You know it. Debbie O. Rob just tweeted saying YouTube claims it's just a glitch. Joe tweeted showing justice for Joe is trending. Yeah, again, it's convenient, these glitches. Glitches are very, very convenient, aren't they? Let me see what Joe's tweet says. There was justice for Joe trending with justice for Runkle, number 14. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. That's the big chats. You know what time it is, chat. You know. And if you don't know what time it is, prepare to leave the stream in droves, because that's what we do around here, baby. It is time for the Daily Unbreaded. Nick Lynn says, you missed Amber admitting to punching herself on the stand. Check your video, day 16, 1 hour, 15 minutes. She said she kept punching herself. This is a weird time. This is a weird time. If you do not know what unbreaded is, calm your tits for a second. You're on the Ricada Low night show, motherfuckers. I don't know if you realize what you've walked into, but this is a place of degeneracy, comedy, free speech, levity. So before you wad up your panties and walk away, let me tell you what we're doing. A little while ago, there was a man named Matthew Harris. He's still alive. He's just in jail. He's awaiting trial. Matthew Harris is a Duke University PhD in philosophy. Right? He's an educated man. He went on to be a UCLA professor of philosophy. And then he wrote his most important work. It's called Death Sentences, and he posted it on the UCLA philosophy web board for the faculty. And then he sent emails threatening to murder all of the UCLA philosophy faculty with bullets. And then he tried to buy a gun while he had a restraining order from one of those faculty, and he was arrested and is now awaiting trial. I use a random number generator, which you just saw, pick page 235, to choose one page every day to read from his manifesto because I find it funny. For no other reason than because this is an exploration of what an insane person will do, will write down, will think about, and how it mixes in weird ways with truth, with lunacy, with violence, with mental disability. So we are going to read this. You will likely be offended by something that Matthew Harris says, and I urge you to just go ahead and hang out because this is a fun ride, baby. Here we go. This is your Daily Unbreaded. Bingers, go and claim the world as your own. Do it on my behalf. Do it in service to this message. You don't need any other message. Your path is already unfolding before you according to the exact needs and desires you don't need. Free will. Go forth and overtake. Take over. The Bible was forced on Bingers during slavery. It was a form of enslavement of the Bingers' soul. Black churches served as the crackers' propaganda. The Bike is glad for this because he agrees with the first book of it. Binger need their own Bible and not the Bible of the Bike or the Bible of the cracker or the Bible of the Muslim. Bingers need a Bible that is written for them. This book is written for Binger only. Stop looking for a path that is paved by the enemy. Use the enemy's body and skeletal remains to pave a path to the garden of eternity. Christ was such a bitch that he made a spectacle of his own death. It was a disgusting dance, a farce like the bullshit Socrates. Never say that name again. Socrates, the disgusting Greek, was such a bitch that he celebrated the fact that he was going to get poisoned and acted like it was a victory. He was a pathetic bitch. What else do you expect from a soulless Ginny Wop? He probably spiked his hair like all those other Greco-Roman manlets. There is nothing to respect about them. They ain't men. We the people dispose of them while they are still breathing. It's not a crime to kill something that doesn't have a soul. The Bible is an inferior book to this because it is a work of fiction. This book is a literal instruction manual to raise and dominate the rise and dominance of the Binger tribe. It means nothing in the hands of the enemy. It means everything in the hands of a Binger. Stop trying to love your enemy. Stop trying Stop loving your enemy and you will stop losing. Stop loving the devils that hate you. Stop loving the enemy that ignores your suffering. Hate the enemy who abuses you. Hate the enemy who treats you like shit. Hate the enemy who robs you of everything. Hate the enemy. Kill the enemy. The enemy would let you starve if they could. The enemy would let you suffer if they could. The enemy is not your friend. The enemy is not your salvation. The enemy is not your path. The enemy is not your neighbor. The enemy is your enemy. No matter where they stand, they are your enemy. The enemy deserves nothing but death. The enemy deserves no patience. The enemy deserves no kindness. The enemy deserves no deference. There you go. There you go. That's the daily unbreaded. I hope you enjoyed that. Oh my gosh. He got a continuance. Trial date is August 29th. No, unbreaded. Very breaded. Very breaded. There you go. You people who have endured the unbreaded reading are the true patrician chads of the chat. Thanks for hanging out with me, having a good sense of mirth and humor about the world. Because you have to. You have to, because people like this exist. But I will say, if we pretend that people like Matthew Harris, that hatred, that reality doesn't exist, we're the ones who lose. We're the ones who fail. This is why free speech, the protection and preservation of unpalatable speech, is important. I've been talking about this for a very, very long time. And I did an interview, a very controversial interview with a man named Joshua Moon. I've had several interviews with Joshua Moon that are not controversial, but one particularly controversial interview. And it was following the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand. This interview had articles written about it. People were very, very mad. The Kiwi Farms, which is a website that Joshua Moon runs, decided to archive the Christchurch shooting footage and the manifesto of the shooter. Because they are archivists of the internet. They preserve things. Now, people will say all sorts of bad stuff about Kiwi Farms users, and they're all true. Yes, they're all demonic, evil, right-wing, left-wing, pedophile, dog fuckers. They're all the worst people on earth. That is true. Every single, without exception, every single Kiwi farmer ever is a horrific rapist. That's verifiably so. But at the same time, they archive important things that governments want to take down. And in the Christchurch incidents in specific, the Christchurch shooter posted this video and posted a manifesto for his reasoning, and New Zealand's government wanted to take it down. In fact, reached out to Josh Moon as the owner of Kiwi Farms and said, please take this down. If not, we'll consider legal action through New Zealand's processes. And he told him to get fucked, which is the only correct answer, because this is America and we have free speech. We have the right to keep and preserve unpalatable speech. And the problem with New Zealand's campaign to try and scrub the Christchurch shooting from the internet is the same problem whenever any government tries to remove anything from the public. One, it actually amplifies the message of the thing they're censoring. And two, it is still government-controlled narrative about an event. That is always unacceptable. Even when the government-controlled narrative is 100% objectively correct, the fact that it comes from fucking tyrants makes it wrong, period. Independent thought, analysis, criticism always is valuable. Always. There is no subject upon which it is not. The only only things that government should be interested in actually stopping from being communicated are objectively illegal and immoral things like pedophilia, child pornography should never be shared. There's no free speech version to exploit children. That is not something that should be preserved on the internet. And the FBI has the biggest archive. Well, maybe they're actually being rivaled by Facebook now, but the FBI and Facebook have the largest archives of child pornography on the planet, and everybody involved with that should be put on a wall and shot, in my opinion. But that being said, child pornography should not be distributed because its mere existence and consumption and distribution makes victims, repeat victims of children and adults who were at one time children. The second thing is, of course, genuine, true threats, which are very rare, much narrower than people think. Much narrower than people think. But those are not protected speech. They should not be preserved. They should not be distributed. But all else, no matter how much the government wants to craft a narrative about what happened, the government narrative is always wrong. Private narratives always have more value. Even when the private narrative is objectively wrong and the government narrative is objectively right, the private narrative has more value than the government's. So this is freedom. This is the risk. This is the trouble with freedom. And it's a trouble we should all willingly engage in. That is my fucking soapbox. Let's get back to those goddamn super chats. Alec Pitts, why are you awake? I just finished my bachelor party. Can you toast me and my fiance? I just drank so much Angel's Envy. Yes, of course I can. Alec and Priscilla Pitts, love the streams. You to man. Yes, you and your fiance, your bachelor party, you're getting married pretty soon then. Hold on, I'm looking for a liquor bottle that is open, that isn't garbage. Shit! Ah! All I've got left is trash that's open. Here we go. No. We're moving up to the good stuff. Military special bourbon whiskey. Oh, I do have some Black Nika and some Michter's left, but I'm already like basically tossed. And when you're I poured that glass. I just realized I have this much Kilkerman left. God damn it! But when you're this tossed, you don't want to drink $500 liquor. You want to drink $8 liquor. 2, Alec and Priscilla, soon to be Pitts. Cheers to you. Cheers to your upcoming and impending marriage. May it bring years of happiness, integrity, courtesy, honesty, and mutuality to you. I pray both of you will wake up every single day choosing to love the other, recognizing that love is not a magical force in the movies, but love is a choice that we make every time our eyes open. And God willing, our eyes will always open one more time to the love of our partner. Cheers to you guys in a beautiful marriage. Wingy says, had to go to the ER for a food allergy this evening. I just got home. All I could think about as I lay in the ER was, fuck, I'm going to miss Unbreaded tonight. Thanks for waiting for me, Nick. Hey, Wingy, yeah. Welcome back, buddy. Glad you made it. Matthew Self says, 13,000 watching at 2:30 a.m. Central Time. You degenerates need Jesus or our other savior, Matthew Harris. Cheers. Cheers. What is the black and white toy above SK poster? SK poster. You mean that guy? That is a White Scars. That is a White Scars Space Marine from Bandai. I have all of the Bandai Space Marines. I have not This guy has a bunch of accessories to add to him still that I haven't put on yet, but this is a Ultra Smurfs Primaris Captain. Look, I'm a Warhammer 40K nerd. I'll never apologize for who I am. This thing weighs like 4 pounds. Stupid. But yeah, I'll never apologize for who I am. Long ago, I decided I will be me. I will always be me. I don't need to conform to somebody else. It's why I work for me. It's a big risk. It's paid off better than anything you could have possibly imagined. I would encourage all men, ladies too, but ladies are already independent. I would encourage all men to be men, to be yourselves, to be you, wherever you can, and increasingly as you get older, be you. And don't take apologies, don't take constraints. Obviously, be smart with your careers and how you approach them, but find ways to be you, because otherwise, you want to know why men have a higher suicide rate than women? It's because men are afraid to be themselves, because men are punished for being themselves. But be you, be smart about it. You're men, be smart, but find that way to get to expression and integrity of who you are, because pretending all day will kill you. Will kill you. With that, let's go to the rest of the super chats. There are many more to go. Guys, we're not even close to done. Did he have a storm bolter? Yes, he does. He does. Right on his looks like it's a power fist with it's probably a combo bolter, right? I don't think it's a storm bolter. This is a combi bolter on a power fist, because his other hand is little. So he's got a cape and shit that I haven't gotten out of the box. Next. Andrew Clark covers She-Hulk with EFAP. She's a lawyer. Happy to do so. If EFAP wants to have me on with to talk about She-Hulk, happy to do. I think I have dropped the ball on Eve. I think they invited me to add them on Discord. I fucking hate Discord with a passion, and I think I need to do that. Mo says Amber Heard might have mass reported Runkles live. Maybe. Tall Skinny Geek. A man in Colorado taught me that you can open a beer bottle by hooking your wedding band under the cap, then rolling your hand over the bottle. Oh, yeah. If you have a metal wedding band, that'll do it. Jay Conant. I'm seeing this one. It says, considering your fondness of art, would you like a portrait? I mean, if someone wants to paint a portrait of me, I'm not going to turn it down. I don't know why anyone would spend their time painting my dumbass face, but I'm flattered and humbled if someone does. Ryu D had Depo today with Accuser. She answered everything with I don't know, or people took it out of context. After she said, "Hope I didn't look like Amber Heard on tape." Oh my God! A few thoughts. Great streams. Keep up the good work, but get some sleep. Ricada. The bags under your eyes could hold enough coke for Amber and Sister's day fix. Well, sign off, you drunk dude. Not a chance. Drunk is how these streams go. We'll get there. We'll get there. What is the picture in front of the cat? That is Robute Gilliman. It's a Warhammer 40K art piece. There you go. You can kind of see part of it. Rowboat Girly Man. That is. BG Willia says, hey, Nick, how's the cat? Strangled it yet? Did I miss that one? How the fuck did I miss that? No. Jeremy Forsyth, use hashtag restore Runkle. American Legend Judge gets a C+ for me. What say Nick and Andrew? You know what? I think C+, above average, slightly above average. The judge is ruling how we would expect the judge to rule most of the time. I would think, personally, the judge should be a little bit better objections and should be a little bit less conservative on stuff like the evidentiary issues. I talked about it earlier. I'm not going to get into it now. Loretta Silver member. Nick, do you know who Jessie Milestone is? Her channel is Mindless Entertainment. Would you react to her police stop that she live streamed? She got cuffed and says it's abuse of power. It's kind of wild. Loretta Silver member, I will. Not tonight. I will. Can you email me or DM me or something somewhere? Jessie Milestone. I'm going to forget, man. I'm a big glass of Angel's Envy in, and I'm drinking this military special. I'm not going to remember. Wicked Drac, thanks for the donation. Humble Potato. I've been using the Twitter tactic when I had issues with AT&T and Comcast 6-7 years ago. It's pretty damn effective. It's crazy. Patty Leather, talk about Sussman trial. Are the Clintons paying LawTube to distract? No, Robert Javera is covering the Sussman trial. We're all covering Johnny Depp, man. The Sussman trial isn't live streamed. I have no idea what's going on. I wish the Clintons were paying me to not cover it, because I'm not covering it anyway. So if the Clintons would pay me, it'd be just free money. I don't have any reason to not cover them. It's really fucking hard to cover reliably a non-live stream trial if you're not there. So I'm covering Johnny Depp, but Robert Javera is where people should go, watching the Watchers, to cover the Sussman trial. I haven't had time to read fucking anything about it, but I'm very, very interested. It seems like he lied on behalf of Hillary Clinton. Seems like a lot of people lied on behalf of Hillary Clinton, obviously. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It says, be Catholic, interview E. Michael Jones. You ain't Caucasian, Polish. Okay, I still don't know who E. Michael Jones is. Who is this fucking weirdo? He's an author. E. Michael Jones, this is from the Anti-Defamation League, is an anti-Semitic Catholic writer who promotes the view that Jews are dedicated to propagating and perpetrating attacks on the Catholic Church. There you go. Well, that sounds like an endorsement. Look, if he's on the ADL hate list, he's probably interesting people. Javea. I can't pronounce Javera. See, you have a lot of paints behind you. Are you painting any models currently? Yeah, I'm painting this guy, this Todd McFarlane artist proof soul drinker. And I was painting with Az the other day, and my white paint exploded. So now it looks like he had a fucking jerk off session all over his hand. So I'll have to correct the fucking spooge on his hand and his side. It's same thing there. It was all over my keyboard. It was all over my fucking desk. Yeah, I'm painting them. I'm going to try and do a painting stream soon with Az and Sargon. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, I'm not a prolific painter. I wish I had more time to do it, but that's what I do. American Legend says, fuck Twitter. I abhor that it's this way. Me too. I hate it too, but it is. Kathy Harris, thank you for the donation. Dylane T, all three of you have put in so much time today. Love your energy and dedication. Ricada, Legal Mindset, and Runkle. Eric Winberg, no, it's Uncle Runkle's Amica Cream grifter. Dr. Spoon, more over Trudeau. Move over Trudeau. Amber Heard is more powerful to go against Runkle. American Legend Runkle, you're a great guy, and I'll go to bat for you. Gwen Hudson says, enjoy your show. Thank you. That could be taken as a threat. Radioactive Llama, Couch, Runkle, Couch now. Oh, by the way, guys, look, if any of you are boomers out there and use Facebook, I hate Facebook. I do have a Ricada Law Facebook page. I'm trying to build up into an alternative video platform. It's the same videos that are on YouTube. But if you're on Facebook, you don't have to watch any videos over there or whatever. But if you just drop a follow on the Ricada Law Facebook page, I'm trying to get to over 10,000 followers. That's all. Right now, they're telling me that I can't monetize my videos on Facebook because I might be stealing them from me. So that's Facebook's very weird. I'm still navigating that thing, but I am posting videos over there. They're like I said, they're the same videos that you see over here. You don't have to do it. It won't be beneficial to you to like, oh, I'm going to go. There's not exclusive stuff. It's just another avenue to reach some different audiences. But if you are on Facebook, just click that follow button on Mercado Law. I'd appreciate it. JM Report says, I'm a small channel. I got my media exposed by biased video taken down for inciting violence, even though I never incited violence. What a bunch of shit. Confam, how do we know whether or not a witness gets impeached? There's no like, you impeach a witness by bringing up a statement that is inconsistent with what their testimony is. Whether or not that is the impeachment. The effect of the impeachment is to be determined by the jury and nobody else. So that's how that goes. There's not like I know with a president can be officially impeached and there's an impeachment proceeding and there's like stages of this. They are impeached and then they're found guilty of impeachment they lose the impeachment and they get removed from office. Those are different things. For impeachment of testimony, impeachment just means bringing discredit to a statement through an inconsistency. Chalkstick says, shouldn't steal from yourself. I know. I don't even know how to tell Facebook that this is mine. I'm not stealing anything. Carapapas, I have a theory that the real reason Amber didn't donate the money was because she paid off some of her friends to support her. Alley Cat says, you won't be flagged. Rob and DUI guy need to watch out. They're going after those who are in the gallery. I think so. Joel Reese, short recap in 3 hours later, 3-hour show, 6 hours later. Jess V, Runkle looks like Griffith from Berserk. He kind of does. Sometimes he's Griffith. Other times he's Brett Spiner from Independence Day. Val, wait, shit. Duncan Fang. You notice Amber is now sitting in the middle of her lawyers, whereas before she was sitting to the side. Guled Yusuf says, from Joe's stream, he says, hey, y'all. Joe came on here. That was great. Val says, justice for Runkle. Gabriella, what up, sexy men? I can only assume you're talking to Rob, and pretty much Rob. Mineski says, Runkle, congrats on hitting 100K milestone. Dude has been slaying it. His interview today was awesome. I didn't even watch it. It didn't, like, the fact that he got interviewed by a news corporation was huge, and it catapulted his channel to over 100K. Why am I not on Truth Social? Look, every single extra thing I add, like if I go on Truth Social, I won't be on Truth Social. I'm currently at 103,000 Twitter followers. Every alternative platform I'm on is nowhere near that. And so I get the engagement on the 103,000 follower platform. I don't know. I don't have time to bounce between a bunch of different platforms and post different stuff. It doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, Sliding Edge says, carryover from Good Logic stream. Will Amber Heard lawyers pound the table, pound the law, or pound Johnny too? Amber Heard's lawyers probably all want to have Amber Heard pound them. They're gonna just raise a stink about Me Too and the First Amendment. Now, the interesting thing that their press team has put out several statements about the First Amendment, and nobody's talking about their constitutional right to free speech. That's an indication of what they're going to go for in closing argument. It's going to be fucking failure of closing argument. Kim's Life says, "Law, that question was in jest." Oh, okay. Thank God. I actually think if Elon Musk actually acquires Twitter and then unbans Trump, I think Truth Social ends up dying. And it's a shame. But if Twitter does what we want it to do, if Twitter becomes a free open space with transparent policies, you don't need alternatives. And the alternative medias will really have trouble for most people. If everybody can be on Twitter, then everybody will. in my opinion. Val says Runkle needs hashtag Amber Turd merch for court Monday. It's hard to get merch that fast. Coney Upstate says Amber's next role will be playing herself in the Lifetime movie about the trial, and she'll be unconvincing then. AT1 CVB 41. Her only studio option will be Brazzers. Starbright says no, maybe it'll be facial abuse. You ever think about that? Maybe Brazzers won't take her, but facial abuse will. Starbright says game plan when they come for LawTube. Look. If anybody comes for a group of brazen public lawyers, they're really fucking dumb. And we will exploit every single second of it. When people come after me, I just laugh. I love getting cease and desist letters from lawyers. I just make fun of them all day. It's content. Let it happen. Come at me. I'll make you look like the dumbest motherfucker on the planet because you're going after a retard on Twitter and YouTube. What are you thinking? What is your plan? What are you gonna do? You gonna sue us? You're gonna spend a bunch of money and sue LawTube? Like LawTube YouTubers? We have infinite access to the legal system without paying a dime. No one wants to be sued, right? Nobody wants to go through that. But the worst person you can ever sue is a lawyer who can like just drag out your costs. And for them, it doesn't cost anything. And worse for lawyers on YouTube is we can stream it and make money costing you money. It's a terrible, terrible idea. And every time someone does it, I just get giddy. Go ahead. Whatever you want to do, I guess. That'll be funny. Oh my God. Yeah. So the game plan for if they come to LawTube, you could pretty much guarantee that everybody on LawTube will immediately, I'm going to take these out, will immediately be talking about it and shaming the idiot who did it. Because we're not dumb and we're all very careful about what we do, right? We all try really hard to be within journalistic standards in what we cover. We're not out here actually defaming people. We're not out here misrepresenting anything. We can get something wrong for sure. But I would wager that LawTube's rate of getting things materially wrong is less than the major news media by a considerable margin. Devin Adair, only 45. She looks about as old as Nick. Critter Watcher, she likes to insult with fat and old. She's going to be really unhappy when she hits middle age and worse when she's Ellen Barkin's age. Quantum Thug Life Base 12 something says the UK trial debacle disillusioned her. A circus. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Airiness, AI Rhino, TQ, thank you, I guess, Runkle, for staying awake and jumping into other streams. I'm invested. TJ Ventura, Humble Canadian Breaks, Big Tech. DE Poland, Runkle needs Rumble. Start a Rumble channel. Brianna L. started the hashtag Justice for Runkle on Twitter. John 316, Megadeth is better. Coney Upstate says Amber Heard's PR team will make Runkle sleep with the fishes. Gabriella Preach, Joe, y'all are doing good work out here. Mike Hoyer, Amber Heard should open a coffee stand called Bitches Brew where she throws coffee mugs at you. Tony Cargillo says, has anyone brought up that Johnny is right-handed and Amber's injuries are on the right side of her face? Or has this been explained? It can't be explained, but it's certainly been brought up to me. Tarkina Meyer says, greetings from Maui. Tarkina, my parents are in Maui right now. Having a Mai Tai for you, friend. It's flying today, so missed the testimony today. We'll watch the post discussion to see what I missed. Tarkina Meyer, if you're around, if you happen to still be here. Oh, wait, yeah, this is recent. If you see a guy about 25 years older than me, with longer hair, gray, some glasses, a mustache, walking around with a charming lady, roughly the same age. Say hi and just say, from Mercado Law to you, Bob. That's my dad. Go say hi. If you're on Mount, the odds are you're not going to see him. If you see a guy who looks suspiciously like me, like if you did the face app aging process, that's literally my dad. He looks exactly the same. Tony Mo says, what happens to his super chats? Oh, he gets to keep all the super chats. Don't worry about those. Don't worry about those. YouTube taking super chats is like one of the super chats are the last thing to go. Copyright claims will take advertising revenue and stuff like that. Super chats are like the last thing that YouTube takes. Because they would have real legal trouble if they take super chats away. Runkle's stream, all the super chats that went to him, they're still going to him. He's just fine. Rachel Teal got my mega pint ready. K-Dub smiles. I love the term organic journalism. We are starved for the truth. Sneaksy girl. Amber's turd heard and shaking in the corner. Piggy 43, Runkle of the Bailey. Diana Terrell. Breaking news. Amber Heard PR team pissed off 20 YouTube lawyers. By the way, my first super chat. Welcome, Diana. Thank you. Holy shit. Veritas Lynn says your closing argument is worth way more, but this is all I got. Don't worry, Lynn. I'm going to clip, or Veritas Lynn, I'm going to clip that closing argument segment, which I think was it. It's a weird thing when you do what I do. I don't script anything. I don't even the pre-recorded videos. I don't write a script. I don't know what's coming out. And I don't do a lot of editing. My editors will clip stuff out of my live shows, but I'm not sending them like, I'm not like, here's 2 hours of recording. Please clip out segments. I know some creators do that. I don't have that talent. So for me, when I open my mouth, what comes out is usually off the cuff. I thought my closing argument ended up being pretty fucking good. Like for just like off the just riffing on what I think. That's all that was. There's no notes about this. I don't have anything to go with. So I'm going to clip that out. I think it was really, I think it was actually pretty fucking decent. Pingy 43, read that one. Michelle MCG, thank you for the donation. Mad Woman with a box says, Zaddy Lumber Mad is hot. Just saying. Everybody thinks Law and Lumber is super, super sexy. Fetigator says, Hardwood Rant. Cheryl Martinez, Justice for Runkle. True Blue, too bad y'all aren't super lawyers. Love y'all. Yeah, I love super lawyers. They make me smile. Me says, Would Daddy preach? Runkle, you're the absolute best. You boys are doing the Lord's work. Rezor 100. Ian, I bet if you take the Bitcoin link out of your details, they won't be able to report you for a scam, but that's what triggered the report to work. Anna Kenna says, Elon. Rachel Chan, I really appreciate how Rob highlights, hypes up Runkle and all his hard work and following and reporting. Lori Lenny says, can someone repost Runkle's banned video? Rob, Larry, anyone download it? I think Runkle's the only guy that's got access to it right now. Monkey Planet, hashtag we just don't like you. Amber is trending. So perfect. I hope this all brings attention to untreated mental health issues. Amber has damaged herself. Irim Rose, guys, Umbrella Guy knows about their group of flaggers of Amber's fans. Snakes, Legal Mindset. I'll send you some info. Yeah, I invited Tug, but he never responded. He's probably asleep. Unless he responded lately. No, he hasn't responded at all. So I assume Tug's out. TJ Ventura, tomorrow, Amber is going to order the long-haired Canadian to be dragged out of the courtroom. Victoria Fuller, it's almost like being called a Blue Falcon in the military. Alexis, Runkle and Rob equals dream team. Hope you stay friends. Me, I love salty Runkle. Julie Wilson, y'all are so entertaining and informative as usual. Hope you get some rest soon. Tomorrow is rest day. Allie Richardson, who has an interview at 9 a.m.? Oh, Tug? Tug does? Great. Allie Richardson, Amber Heard supporters mass flag Tug a lot. He has screenshot evidence of coordinated attacks. That's how Adam Waldman got banned from Twitter. They pile on. Heather, most people wouldn't have lasted as long as Johnny with Amber Heard and her friends. He seems way more tolerant than most, to his own detriment, frankly. He should have shit canned that bitch a long time ago. Ed W, the expert is a fraud using IT buzzwords to get Hollywood to invest. He said that Stallone invested in his development of a mainframe but never finished because no one still uses mainframes. Lisa Mao, if Runkle is flagged, what happens to Super Chat money? He gets to keep his Super Chat money 99% of the time. The only YouTube can pull down a channel and halt monetization. You still end up typically getting Super Chat money. It just takes like 90 days or more. But that didn't happen to Runkle. He'll get all his Super Chat dollars. Don't worry. At W, mainframes are still at the core of banking and card processing, but what institution would use him over a reputable vendor? It would never pass InfoSec. I think he just pocketed Stallone's money / ran. Well, he probably did that project with Stallone a long time ago. Look, my dad worked for Cray. Cray still sells mainframes. I mean, for several purposes. They're just really particularized. And I think the mainframe companies like Cray, Sun, IBM, HP, people who make these mainframe computers, they just have they hired an in-house software department to write their own mainframe software. Why would you outsource something that's so limited and so niche? Radioactive Starbright says, ask Tug. They tried to shut him down often. Radioactive Llama. Runkle the Bailey, I was going to totally super chat you $1 million, but YouTube messed it up. Scarvy the Strange, whatever is most dangerous to say? Sing! My cat has a gun. Hashtag me poo is trending. Pam Myers, Runkle, sorry to hear. Hashtag justice for Runkle. Shannon Whitemarsh says, love all of you law nerds. I totally see through Amber and am sympathetic to Depp. Admit your weaknesses. Move on and become the better person. Logan Perkins says, yeah, usually mainframes run some variant of Linux these days. Yeah, they take Linux. It's open source. They customize it for their needs. They have in-house software developers who do this. My dad was the guy who fixed the problems for software on one of the guys. I shouldn't say the guy. One of the guys who fixed software problems on Cray forever. I think that's what he did. He had to travel to Korea, to Brazil, wherever needed to go to be on-site training and client implementation support for these companies. They hire their own. They keep their own people doing it. Reed Troopers Lumber, Rob of Law and Lumber is Clark Kent, y'all. American Legend, that's fucking awesome. Fuck yeah, fire me up, Robbie. Aaron Allums is Rob going to get Camille's number. Winston Dupree, every time I see Runkle, I think Station. Hashtag Bill and Ted hate Amber. Hafka, Jeff Bezos should buy YouTube out of spite, contra Musk and Twitter, and claim he's making a First Amendment utopia. Bezos is he's got Twitch. That's the problem with that. Winston Dupree, every time I see Runkle, I fucking read that one. Timothy Reaper, I bet Rob's Minecraft server is out of this world. Guru, thank you for the donation. Andrew Clark, if called, Johnny should talk as slow as possible. He will automatically. Guru, question, did y'all see the Bruise Kit TikTok? I did not. Igor Slagathor, for the lawyers that were there in person, were any of you able to identify the breather sire we hear in the background during the trial? I think it might be the judge. Caitlin Yokoyama, thanks for the sticker. Mad woman with a box. Maybe she's mad because all the pretty went to Amber and not her. Whitney looks busted. Like, whatever you think of Amber Heard, Whitney looks fucking busted compared to Amber Heard. I saw the worst meme. It's so good. It's so good. It was on, I think, 4chan. Someone posted a picture of Whitney Heard on the witness stand, just like looking like that. And the comment was, they testified Johnny threw Amber against the wall, so they brought in an expert. And I fucking lost it. That was perfection of comment. Perfection. Lee Richards, the behavior panel dissected Amber on cross day and gave big kudos to Vasquez. Maria Espinoza, the DUI guy looks like he's about to get a DUI. I'm pretty sure the DUI guy does not drink. I'm pretty sure he does not consume alcohol. JR says, Larry, stop being so sexual with that spoon. This isn't OnlyFans. Kyan Rennell, Joe, make a My Channel is Under Attack video. Everybody should all the time. Rochester Cycle Cam, rehosted on Rumble Odyssey. Me, people can understand it like this. Attorney-client privilege is like HIPAA. Medical records are private, so is attorney-client privilege. Attorney-client privilege is way better than HIPAA. Transroof Korean, who is that? Who stopped showing up? Mulfiard. Wait. Zach House, take another drink while playing bagpipes for Uncle's channel. Mulfiard, get the quartering in here. The Law Tube channels are under attack. Anakina, Elon is buying YouTube. Cheeky C, Runkle's earlier live stream has gone. Yes, correct. Amy Spire, go Joe. Abhishek Bakshi says, try streaming to Twitch in parallel. I can't. If you're a partner on Twitch, you cannot multi-stream. Twitch has a 48-day exclusivity. If I were to stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, I would be in violation of my Twitch partner terms of service. But if you're not a partner, I think if you're an affiliate, you can. Shannon Whitemarsh, my 8-month-old grandson has more bruises on his head than Amber Heard after that ordeal that she reported. Yep. Okay, here we go. Keep going. Heart of inspiration. Nothing dumber than targeting multiple lawyers who can represent themselves in a class action lawsuit. YouTube and Amber Heard. Angela Parrish. Awesome. Bubbles says trend justice for LawTube. This is a BS. Tara Rayner. I don't think Joe has been honest about how he really feels. That was pretty epic. Crown Target. Glad it's clipped before this is also spammed. 200-watt studio. Joe is so mad his wife is going to drive him to the liquor store. Mad woman with a box just DM Legal Bites and warned her. Joha Wa Al-Himar says, but have you seen the Waterworld live show at Universal Studios? I have not. Oh, that's got to be fucking bad. New Star One, I thought court was her move of the day. Dylane T, how do we make sure we don't lose any more Justice League streams? There's no way to do it. It'll get restored. They'll get it fixed. Especially if YouTube came out and said, oh, it's just a glitch. It's going to get fixed. It'll get fixed. Zim the Despot, have you seen the whole thing with the YouTube channel Quantum TV going after other YouTubers by firing copyright claims that are false all over Elden Ring? Hot take. No, I've not seen it. People have asked me about it. I don't know about it. Vicuro, confirmed there was a spam attack purchase. Emily and Legal Bites are still up. Winton Dupree, what do you call 1,000 lawyers in the center of a volcanic plume? Not enough. Mobile Mechanics, Magnum-sized lawyers, Attorney Tom in the chat. Keisha Specht, Hush, Waterworld is awesome. Pro Engineer, it's clearly an indictment of lawyers. Pam Myers, Emily can tell you how to fight it. Runkle and Joe happened to her live at the beginning of the trial. Bryant McCracken for rebuttal saved Johnny Depp and Dr. Muffins for a non-crossable rebuttal question. Wouldn't the lack of Waldman showing any way that JD ordered the statement be in itself enough for motion to dismiss? It should be. Whether the judge will agree is a different question. It's enough for them they have basis to make the motion to dismiss in good faith and make a good argument on it. X says, a herd of lawyers. Ale, the dog's vet since they discussed his health. Burn, Onishipai says, if blocking Runkle's stream is anti-elf and blocking Joe's stream is anti-Semitic, does that make Grabass a Nazi orc? Yes. Mike Catalano Music, I'm declaring a new hashtag. Hashtag Amber is the new Yoko. By the way, men, what is LawTube? You all talk about it, but what is it? It's a label prescribed to a loose affiliation of independent lawyers talking on social media, specifically YouTube. Tara Rayner for rebuttal, play every video and recording in full that has been entered in the demonic cackling 5 times before Curry. Terry Mullins, call yourselves a magnum of lawyers. Milky Joe, this is getting me through work on Friday. Arvo here in Melbourne, guys. Sensational stuff. Loving the C-bombs. Oh, Australians would love when we call people cunts, wouldn't they? Should I mail you a Whataburger? Mandy, I'm so hungry. When I get off this stream, I'm gonna go trash some garbage food. I'm so fucking hungry. Milky Joe, this Tara Rayner. Amber Heard needed Johnny Depp cash because she realized she would be going back to box wines and shiny poles and shady venues without it. Rael, this is James O'Keefe. Rackets, we have proof that you are extremely breaded, both late and gay. Your nose is Mount Everest, brother. We have proof. Heather says they should call the incredibly average guy or the Andy Files guy who has been debunking their photos. Krista Care, Lemon, thank you, Mister. Or MR says Runkle and Helm's Deep will stand against the YouTube hordes of Sauron. Vafail. Rhonda Griffin, attorney Bill Richmond is an attorney who has beat YouTube several times on behalf of Crowder. Might want to reach out to him. Rita Bauman, for a minute, Runkle was imitating Juror 1. Reed Troopers, want to see the pro Amber version of LawTube? I don't think it exists. It doesn't. No time for food. You got Twitch? I'm not doing Twitch tonight. Icon of Sin. I was thinking about it. I gotta drive my kids somewhere at 8 a.m. Hoping Lady Rackets takes that one's on. Union Southfoot, a perjury of lawyers. Mr. Hedgeville, can Johnny Depp's team get the cop who arrested Amber Heard on stand during rebuttal? Possibly. That would be a super troll move. Bet's name for a group that is billing of lawyer. Mellow Victor, Johnny Depp team should bring in the private investigator that Amber Heard hired for the UK case to investigate on Johnny Depp for rebuttal. WMMA scene now. Joe snipes everyone. Everyone once he gets what he deserves. Joe is fine, by the way. Joe is, if he's watching our channels, Joe is asking and getting permission. Nobody's saying, no, Joe, don't do that. Joe is very courteous and kind. He's not doing that maliciously. He's doing that with everyone's blessing. I think it's funny that he snipes my channel. Like, go ahead. I don't care. I think it's funny. I think Joe is great. He's a good friend. Gunfighter 68, entourage of lawyers. Rail, that you are a lofty pixel cultist, and like Shang-Chi, what do you have to say in your defense? You must rant or you'll be forced to go to public. I didn't watch Shang-Chi because it looked like trash. And though Lofty is a friend of mine, and I think he's great, his takes are shit. Evie Warner, we need to get member or LawTube there Monday to stare Heard's team down the entire trial. Somebody's going to be there. I think Law and Lumber may be there, or DUI guy said he's going to be there. Ike 13D, I prefer to use a deliberation of judges for a group of judges and a defense of lawyers for a group of lawyers. Scott Johnson, a verdict of lawyers, a dram of Lefroy, 18 to you. Oh, man, Lefroy 18. I have not seen one of those around. That'd be great. Valerie G talked to Emily about maybe helping you get in contact with Ethan from the H3 podcast. He deals with YouTube takedowns a lot and his contacts at YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if I'd ask for help from Ethan Klein personally. Amanda Gonzalez says, let's start a hashtag thread. Hashtag justice for LawTube. William Colley, what would be different if Amber Heard and Elon were still dating? She probably have better legal defense. Mineski says, real talk by Joe. Let's set a GoFundMe for a LawTubers getting flagged. Fred Migliorini says, demanding Johnny Depp pay $14 million instead of $7 million to charity shows malice. Not legal malice. D at House and Habit on Instagram was taken down today. She's a massive channel. She posted about Ian's stream being taken down on her backup Instagram at House Inhabited. Diane Hernandez, DUI guy, did you stream on the 17th after court? I don't know if he did or not. Georgie Girl, hashtag justice for LawTube. Ellie Fant, do any of you know why the audio recording from Australia is not in evidence? Hashtag justice for the LawTube. Thank you for being better than mainstream media. Appreciate y'all. They haven't introduced. It was introduced and I think objected to because Amber can't prove that she can't lay the foundation for it, I think is the problem. It's Charlotte Tilbury, darling. If you had to defend Amber and save her case, how would you do it? Is it even possible? Not at this point. Early on, Amber should have never filed a counterclaim. Ever. Should have never filed that counterclaim. She should have merely defended Johnny Depp or defended the claim against Johnny Depp on the strict legal grounds of defamation, period. That's what she should have done. It's the only way she was going to like convincingly win this case. It was her best chance and they didn't do it. Probably because of Amber. Stay Strong says, do you guys read super chats? Yes. Yes, we do. It may take a while, but we get to them. Name the stars. I refuse to go to bed until Runkle does go to sleep. Amanda Lucero. Serenity says DUI. Heart the Metallica shirt. I saw them at Aftershock. Kelby Nick, you misspelled David Shane in your tweet supporting Ian. You forgot the N. It spells the name of an actor instead of the PR sexual harasser. Fuck. Let me just add a little. There we go. Hopefully fixed it. Whoops. Sorry, David Shea, you poor innocent actor. David Hamilton says a little something for hashtag litter of grumpy cat lady lawyers. Lee Richards, Rob, tuck our Logolus into bed. We love you, Runkle. Scarvy the Strange. It's a mega pint. Is a mega pint 1,000 pints. Kind of like how a millibyte is 1,000 bits or bytes. Metrically, our courts are nuts. Karen W. Runkle, check your Twitter DMs. Possible answer to YouTube problem. Lady Talisa, Rob, please go tuck Runkle into bed. C.J. Johnson, can Johnny win if only sexual abuse is found a lie? Yes. Tana Jellison, thank you for the donation. Bogey 34. Ben Chu could be Glenn Youngkin's cousin in Virginia. Poppycock, the cop left at 9:22. Isaac said the wine was a puddle at 9:30. Recall Isaac. Things to do. Rear Window. Amber Heard is a murdered wife. Keepock 395. My opinion, they tried to make Amber's hair look like she had a halo on her head. So pure, so innocent. So John Montana says, you guys are funny and fun to watch, entertaining and enlightening. PGG. Joe, you look so stressed. Where's Miss Logic? She needs to start giving you little rub stat. You look like you're about to drop a myocardial infarction. Justice for Joe. P.S. Vikings suck. Go Green Bay. Hashtag Cassandra or Heart Cassandra. Vikings suck. Well, yeah. I live in Minnesota. I know this. You don't. Julia Dalton, have you guys tried taking off the tags, if any, or changing the title? Twitter said to try according to a link from YouTube. Sorry, you guys got cut off. Laura Baird, thank you for the donation. Lori Leaney, Ian and Joe, do you still get to keep your super chats? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's Roni Turd is out. WB executive has confirmed Paris Hilton is now rumored to replace her. What a disaster. That can't be right. That cannot be right. I think that's fake news for now. Until I see more about it. Justice for Nick's sleep. It's coming. It's coming. Mark James, hey, welcome to the channel. It's sad that Runkle got sidelined, but hey, I'll whine, ill wind and all that. I found Ricada Loss, a new subscriber here. Welcome. Welcome. Prepare to be offended. Lori Leaney read that one. It's Roni read that one. Mineski says jury finds Amber malicious. Lol. That's actually the big problem, is that if they find her, if they find in favor of Johnny Depp, she can't discharge this because it becomes a crime of intent, or a civil tort of intent, and she can't bankrupt her way out of it. L. Bowman, more for Runkle of the Bailey. High mind concussion. Amber's future career dominatrix. Charles Donnelly Justice. I know someone in Fairfax who could do the makeup. I know quite a few people here. Pamela Bai. When Adam Waldman mentioned that umbrella guy, reminds me of Truman Show when everyone watching from home were all cheering him on. Felt like a victory for the common man woman. Cheers, guys. Keisha Specht. Put Amber's bruises on everyone in the gallery. Beauties and foodies. I wish I was closer than 8.5 hours away. I would so do it. Juliana Viana, you should all try to follow a YouTube TikTok tutorial on how to fake bruises and see who can do the most convincing one. Tails DM, they should just call Runkle, Rob, and DUI guy as rebuttal witnesses. RJS Runkle, you had a great live stream earlier tonight. Nick passed this on to Runkle. Thanks. Cadence, Runkle shouldn't go back to Canada tomorrow, but he should go get some sleep. Mineski, Runkle just sent a super chat for him on one of his videos as an appreciation of his hard work. Yeah, you guys could support him with super thanks on his videos, I believe. He probably has those enabled. Charles Bloomer, Rob comes out wearing sunglasses and a handful of rings. Runkle comes out black-eyed, bloody nose. Julio Caesar, please do the bruise. I've got $500 on it. Someone match it. Oh, yes, please do the video with makeup artist. That was a... Look, I'm occasionally a genius. That was the best idea I've ever had. All right, we're almost done. Almost done. Cherokee Girl says Random Monkey is having YouTube problems too. Keith Ray, The Manor. Texas Green Sheet called Amber Heard's performance in Aquaman a tour divorce. Marina Caron, thank you. S812 old lady. Go in with the makeup and wipe it off when you sit down. Marina Caron, y'all are great. Watching from Alaska. SCFU says each law tuber should donate 1 hour of super chats to the VA3. Mineski says independent journalism, independent media. It's about finding the truth and getting it out there. Just educational, informative, not self-serving. Eugene Knight, you think they will bring up the UK depot of Amber Heard talking about how the police were alleged they can arrest Johnny Depp right now and how they pointed at bruises? Maybe it might, but again, Johnny Depp's goal should be to, at this point, should be to clearly hit a simplified solution for the jury to find in their favor. Anything outside of that becomes risky. Okay, where was I? STFU says VA3 equals Runkle, DUI, and lumbersexual. I figured. Virginia 3. Got it. Thermasius 1980. Pippa was hit the same thing as Runkle. Character holding. Think DUI guy is wrong. They will spin it to make the legal system is wrong and needs to be broken and reset in their favor. Jared Tisdale, I would say more important than OJ. We know what to do with murder, but in society, men's words equals abuse. Women's physical or mental abuse equals men's failures and weakness. This hopefully will fulfill 14th Amendment. More important than OJ? Probably. Bigger, as big as, that's the question. It was not whether it's more important. It's how many people are watching. That's what I was stressing. Maniski, I don't support believe all women or believe all men. We believe facts because the truth will always come out sooner or later, especially with the way technology works nowadays. You should consider making your 24-hour jury watch live stream fundraiser for a domestic violence charity. Donate it all in Amber's name, please. It would be hilarious. I don't know about that. I am a capitalist at heart. If I'm going to be up for 24 hours, I'm not super interested in charity. I do a bunch of independent charity on my own. Spidley said also, I have pledged to never, ever in my life do a YouTube charity stream because YouTube charity streams are how you get banned. That is true. The only time I raised money in support of anything was Sword and Scale, Mike Boudet. Sword and Scale and I, who I owe a phone call and a big apology to. I was supposed to talk to him last week. Sword and Scale and I had a discussion / debate disagreement over COVID, but we pledged that each of us would donate the gross proceeds of Super Chats that show to charity, which we did. We each did. So I ignored the YouTube 30% cut and all that stuff. We each donated, we matched the donations to a charity providing COVID relief. Not and again, this is not providing vaccines or anything stupid. It was providing relief to people impacted in some way by COVID. So people who are out of work and stuff like that. We agreed upon a charity. That's the closest I'll get. I will not do a charity stream on YouTube ever. You little shekel hoarder. It's not, it has nothing to do with that. I will donate all over the place. But look, when people who are edgy do charity streams, articles get written about them, and then they get removed from YouTube. And the charity doesn't accept the money because it comes from someone who's quote unquote racist or whatever. No, thank you. Spinley, could Elf Prince Runkle tame the succubus Elizabeth Mars? Yes. Velociraptor, thank you for the donation. Hugo Ramos, thank you. TJ Ventura, I made a video about Depp Heard last night. Only 60 views. YouTube has taken it down. Same reason given in the email. SCFU says, yeah, but Amber Heard only needs to convince 1. Johnny Depp needs to convince 12. Well, 7. 7, thank you. Maria Espinoza. It also didn't hurt that there was a huge wave of negative public sentiment towards Jada, or Will Smith, and how much she has broken and emotionally abused him, showing it's also a hashtag men too. Yes, men, people are starting to see. They're starting to see. Xian Hu says YouTube takes 30%. Yes. Bailey says, oh no, get a tissue and blow out your nose. Prove the coin purse is empty. Oh, okay. Kimberly says, Bruce makeup has to be Runkle because of his comparative complexion. Ewan, did you know that Amber Heard had her license suspended at age 17 around the time of her best friend's death? I'd heard something about it, but not specifics. Shannon Whitemarsh, hell, I'm a better actress than Heard while I'm babysitting my 2 grandsons when they're destroying a room. Seriously, how hard is it to act chemistry with Aquaman? Well, it's very hard if you're like a soulless monster like Amber Heard. Kidda Pipkin Pippa tweeted a bit ago that her latest live stream being locked is private, something more widespread than Depp coverage. Flamenco too. Maybe it is. Haley Johnson, the judge, specifically said not to put out any PR statements to Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I bet this is Amber Heard's way around that. Hashtag reinstate Runkle. To be fair, both teams, I think, have violated the judge's order. Both of them have social media statements from their representatives. Mary Diaz, as someone who recovered well from abuse, I can tell that Amber was not abused by Johnny. Her behavior and descriptions are not that of a victim. Left cross. If you're going to look into quantum and maybe reach out to Rags from EFAP, he's done a video on it and would make an excellent guest. Yes, I need to talk to Rags and Mahler. Brian Bork, thank you for the donation. Daniel Earler wanted to correct some misinformation. Amber Heard did not have 2 black eyes. She had 2 black guys. Speaking of, the lead attorney plus unbreaded. It'll be up to him. We'll try and get him on at some point. He was in the audience earlier. Great dude. Love him. I call him the most handsome lawyer on YouTube. Stay strong. You're not betraying her. So it is your testimony today that they're just really bad. Yeah. Brian Bork, thank you for the donation. Ann Feinstein, I was actually able to watch your stream today. Turned my manuscript in a few days ago. What a relief. It's someone else's problem for 3 weeks. Ryoji Mata, anyone else find it funny that the Elvin Prince, his drunk chauffeur, and his carpenter are all still currently living under one roof? Logolaz is living it up, keeping up the excellent work, guys. To be clear, DUI guy is actually not at the house with Runkle and Rob. DUI guy is back home, but I think he will be heading back out to Virginia very soon. Granny Vroom Vroom says, I want to see Johnny take the stand in rebuttal wearing Jack Sparrow outfit. Courtroom goes totally silent. Aswa, thank you. John Beck, boredom of video depots also show that remote learning sucks too. Live and in person is best. I don't care how much tech you have. Clips Warlord, read that one. John McMasters just sent you a question to your Twitter. Cryptos Chaos says, legit. Nick, call it law stream. SMC, mainstream media today. Totally pro Amber Heard. Thanks. Or thoughts. The thoughts are the PR team is putting out pressers. That's what it is. Matthew Perkins, Rage Pig is Gunt Jack Murphy. It's one of the biggest meltdowns in a while. Dude, it's been bad. Bad. And now, of course, he's pussying out on his fight. Well, you can't expect me to not say the N-word on a stream. Ian Mack, I think Depp gets a justice-laden $7 million to get his divorce settlement back. Possible. Stay strong. New here, Ricada, you do your thing. Hey, thank you, Stay Strong. Welcome. Clips Warlord used the fact that there's a YouTuber called LawTube as a reason to not use that identifier. The chat can give you a few better names, I'm sure. Walrus Aurelius, Conspiracy of Lawyers. HS Nick, you should talk to Linus Tech Tips about setting up a ballin' backup server. Eclipse Warlord, Cody Swins with Lawkaholics. Look, I love Linus. I think he's great. I think Linus might stay away from me as a cancerous dumpster fire of political opinions. But if Linus ever wanted to talk, I would be humbled and honored. Stay Strong says, what software to use for live? You can show super chats on StreamYard. I use StreamYard. I don't show super chats. I read them all one at a time. It can be horrible at times, but if I'm sitting there watching the chat and flagging pulling up every super chat, and then I'm not engaged in what I'm talking about. Other people can do it. I can't. Bjorn in 1979 Rackets drew your portrait. Check DM on Twitter. Is it the magic card? Is that you? No, that's not you. Oh, there it is. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Eric Miller, I just went through Amber Heard's followers, and the only blue check I saw was Eve Barlow. Where's all her Hollywood friends? They're abandoning her badly. Gelth Walker, I take my success shekels. I got me a well-paid job. Yeah, Gelth. Super, super happy for you, brother. I know there was some ambiguity throughout the time, and I'm glad that you're doing better. Ginger Haynes, do you ever sleep? Not enough. Carapapas, LawTube is a bad name. I have a suggestion. Fellowship of Attorney Geniuses. That you might need to make an acronym of it. Chief, welcome to the Film Actors Guild. Chief, Sling and Beef, explain why the 17th Amendment should be repealed. I made this my main motive lately outside of local politics, which is really the original purpose of the structure. What is the 17th Amendment? I can't remember. Oh, is this the popular election of senators? Yeah, fuck off with that. Senators should be elected by the state representatives, period. We should not be popularly electing senators ever. That's not the job. The Senate is to represent the state's interests. The House is to represent the people's interests. Colo sign, what's the black and white toy above the SK poster? I think I got that one. Tyleris one, in the immortal words of Ronald Reagan, the top 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Mary Diaz, have you listened to the Objection Hearsay song, Comedic Gold? No, not yet. Jay Connick, considering your fondness of art, would you like a portrait? Read that one. Dev at Desk, hi Nick, enjoyed your coverage of the stream. How does this trial compare to the other trials you've covered? Well, it's different. I typically am covering criminal trials. This is a civil trial. It involves massive celebrity and has huge exposure. It also has the same level of incompetent lawyering that we've come to expect from all trials. Phoenix Lord Asserman, Salamanders are the only good Space Marines. Lose the Ultra Smurfs. Salamander, right there. The Ultra Smurfs get more action figures made. I just buy all the figures from Bandai that they make. If they made Salamanders, I'd buy them all. They're actually my favorite. I think they're still my favorite founding chapter. Oh my gosh, I'm running out of steam. Shuvon H, highly recommend Dalmore Scotch. Again, Dalmore Cigar Malt is a beautiful bottle of Scotch. I recommend to anybody. It's a little pricey. You don't want to buy it every day, but it's a beautiful Scotch for a celebratory sort of thing, a wedding, bachelor's party, a promotion at a job, a wedding anniversary, retirement. Dalmore Cigar Malt's great. Jay Conant, I'm an artist looking for projects on my off days. Sure, I'll paint you. Cool. Raid Troopers do Gilded. Discord TOS free speech as of this year is done per March. Yeah, I know I could migrate to a Gilded server, and all it makes me want to do is stab myself in the fucking brain. Hayden M, bro, I'm from New Zealand. I know of a few people who prior to the shooting had gone to the cops about him and told this guy shouldn't have a firearm. The censorship is to hide the police incompetence. Yes. Thank you. The Christchurch shit was not about, it was about the government. It's always about the government. Robert Rogers, you should reach out to Crowder's half Asian lawyer, Bill Richards, to Runkle, specializes in owning YouTube. Andrew Patty, are you familiar with Caiaphas Cain in the 40K universe? Vis-a-vis Flashman. I have not read the Caiaphas Cain novels. They're right there. Here. Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium. Here it is. The Traitor's Hand, Caves of Ice, and For the Emperor. Caiaphas Cain box set. I really want to read them. I haven't had time to read in months. Carson Depth, Ellen Barkin may be a bit of a role model for Amber Heard. Barkin made $80 million off her divorce from billionaire Ron Perlman. Look, if you're divorcing a billionaire and coming out with $80 million, you fucked up. I know, like the Ellen Barkin like divorce from Ron Perlman is making the rounds right now. They're like, oh, look at this. Motherfucker is a billionaire and you're pulling in 8 figures instead of at least 9, if not 10. Mackenzie Bezos absolutely fucking rapes Ellen Barkin's settlement. Ellen Barkin did a shit move. Like all men, like again, Ellen Barkin is like hoisted up as this warning to men lately. Proportionally, all men would beg for the percentage deal that Ellen Barkin got versus them. Think about it. This guy's got billions of dollars. Ron Perlman. Let's see. Not Perelman. Ron Perelman. His net worth $2.5 billion, and she gets 80 million. Like there's a real possibility she gets a billion and a quarter, right? Out of his 2.5 billion. Dude with $100,000 loses 50 grand to his wife. Ron Perlman got out of that for 80 million. That not Ron Perlman from Hellboy, Ron Perlman, the banker. Perelman. Yeah. I do not hold this up as like women's giant victory over him. Frankly. Let's see. Let's check this out. Calculator. 2.5. 2 billion 500 1 2 3 4 5 6 2 billion 500 million million. Whoops. I did that backwards. 80 million divided by 2,500,000 1 2 3 4 5 6. There we go. 3.2% of his net worth. If every guy who got divorced, if the consequence was 3%, there would be no MGTOW. MGTOW wouldn't exist in a world of 3% divorces. That's all I'm saying. Because imagine you're a guy with $100K in assets. You know, you got a house or whatever. Little mortgage, house, $100K in equity. It's your main assets. You get divorced and your wife takes $3 grand and walks out the door. Is any man on earth complaining about that? You got to put these numbers into fucking perspective. It's not 30%. 30% would be 800 million. Yeah. Colosign Toast. Going to see Vic this weekend exclusively to take pics of his interactions with fans. Practice my photography. Hope Kick Vic shows up. Should be fun to roll. Colosign. I'm done with liquor tonight. Cheers to you, Colosign. Have fun taking pictures of Vic Mignon and his fans. Share them far and wide. Dude needs all the support he can get and deserves to be at every convention that will take him. Why am I awake? Because this stream got ridiculous. We're gonna wrap. We're almost done. Keone, ask Emily how she adds chapters to her trial live streams. Helps jump to specific witnesses. I know exactly how she does it. I'm just not doing it. She has someone go through and timestamp them. That's all. You just need the timestamp, which means someone needs to mark the timestamp. She may be there. I think there's a way to mark a timestamp on YouTube while you're live or something. I'm not doing it. I have a guy who does the night streams, Agrilith. Big shout out. Agrilith is great. He's a champion. But the trial streams are just too long for a lot of people to do that. Doesn't that make sense though? Such a low percent. Again, if every guy who got divorced paid his wife $3,000 to leave, would anybody on earth have a problem with that? Here you go, have, or 3%, have $3,000. Maybe it's 300. Maybe it's $6,000. Fuck off. Leave. And that's it? That's all you pay? Oh my God. That'd be like, there'd be divorces every minute. Owana Sparkland, I tweeted at Law and Lumber Walks in IKEA and all the furniture assembles itself. Hashtag justice for LawTube. Justin Gallant sent you my first super chat yesterday at this time. Messed it up. Didn't include a message. Come to me, Amber. I'll fix you. No, you won't. You won't fix her. Nick's Noodle Arms. Thank you for donating. Ferdy B might be answered already. How did the jury react to the Amber Heard video where she accidentally admitted to the TMZ leak? I don't know. I need to check that one. That's what I'm saying. It's too easy. It had to be a prenup. He did have a prenup, but he did not actually, if my understanding is right, he didn't get the prenup amount. There was a compromise between the prenup and what he would have gotten, because there was some indications that maybe he was shadily accelerating the prenup agreement. Catboy Nick Ricada says, meow, Hafka, with the number of live streams, how can YouTube strike Runkle and Joe streams as spam? P.S. Don't talk about greasy food at this hour. Dude, I'm so hungry. Carapapas, a tube of lawyers. Brain Paint says, hello, guys. Welcome to Intersplain the Law. I'm your host, Rick Nikeda of Nikeda Law, a large and integral law firm in downtown LA. Pastor Flash, in case of debt victory, Amber should be forced to pay back the $420, sandwiches, apples, water, and whatever else is handed over to get Depp's phone back. Brain Paint, if you think LawTube is bad, there was once a philosophical group called the Logical Positivists. The John Beck, but wasn't Mackenzie Bezos working on Amazon too? To the level of half of Jeff Bezos' money? I don't know. Corpus Delecti, we're almost done. I'll be going to sleep soon. Martin261, how did you do deer hunting and ice fishing this year in Minnesota? I don't do either. I would love to deer hunt, but I need a live in-person coach to show me how to field dress a deer. So if there's a weirdo in this chat who lives in Minnesota near me, wants to come hang out with me in my deer stand sometime this fall, shoot some deer, drink some whiskey, and then go field dress it, show me how to field dress a fucking deer, I'm game. Email me. I have a deer stand on my property. We can hang out, have some good bants, and some, like I said, some whiskey, hot dogs or something. I don't know. And we'll fucking kill a nature's creature and then eat it. But I don't know how to field dress a deer. I really wanted to learn from my grandfather. I never got the opportunity. So now I need to learn that. Ice fishing. My version of ice fishing is an ice house with a heater and a bunch of food, and I don't care if I catch fish ever again. Dead Snake says, interesting, you've never skinned a deer. No, I've never skinned a deer. I don't mind. Look, I cleaned a fucking snapping turtle for turtle soup. I'll do grizzly shit all day. I don't mind. I just need someone to teach me how to do it. Snapping turtle was a fucking disaster, by the way. That took forever. I know there's videos out there, but isn't it more fun to have someone join you and like teach you a craft in person? Way more fun. But yeah, do you have time for that good stuff? Hope you get your brain out of this. symptoms. Yeah, I'll go hang out with someone who wants to ice fish. It's not my thing. I don't like sitting in the cold to do ice fishing. If you got an ice house, I'll hang out with you and drink whiskey and we'll have a good conversation, but I'm not chomping at the bit to do it. Plus it takes a lot of time to ice fish, and that's time I leave Lady Rackets and the kids. So I make that a rare occasion. Sile says, holy hell, when do you sleep? Go to bed in just a minute. Bjorn in 1979. Nick, check at that Armenian guy DM on Twitter for sketch. Chris Campbell. Why was Johnny's team able to bring up the 2009 accusations of domestic violence, but not the arrest? Surely the latter is well documented and less of a hearsay thing. If I recall, the arrest was never mentioned. They can't mention the arrest because it's been excluded through motion in limine, and the judges just decided that they cannot bring up the arrest, probably because there was no charge. And an arrest with a police report is more prejudicial than just a news story allegation. So they got the news story allegation based on the door being opened by Amber. The arrest itself, they were probably not allowed to go there. So that's that. And I disagree with that ruling. I think that's what I was talking about way earlier in the stream, where judges are a little too conservative. No, that was the daytime stream. Judges are a little too conservative when they know all the social media is on them. But that's how the judge is ruling. So you have heat allergy and also cold allergy. I don't have a cold allergy. I just I don't like being cold. Corpus Delecti. Oh man, I remember when we were doing animal dissecting in 5th grade, partner decided to bring in a massive bass that wasn't cleaned or gutted prior. Everyone else had frogs. Gross. Smelly. Michael Brewer. Tug got swatted by Amber's Instagram group. Rob Runkle, DUI guy in Crossfire. Please alert local police. So false 911 call made. There's no danger. Ghost says, I sent you a DM on Twitter. I think captures YouTube. Zayden gonna drop you $10 for this. I'm pretty sure I can field dress a deer. Probably. Lots of people can. I probably can too. I've just never done it. Snow Palmore. Amber should be forced to warm drink milk with pulp for the rest of her life as the only drink after losing his trial. That's disgusting. Chain Soctopus. Thank you for the donation. The message was retracted. And for the last couple chats over on Odyssey, Firefox petition to change Runkle's name from Lawless to Gangster of Law due to getting the great Bambino of grab ass, the Sultan of solicitation, the Sheik of sexual assault, the one and only David, grope him if you got him, rape him if you can, Shane, to come after him with a very cuck-esque mafioso boss. Well, says Rob had a great idea with 3 legal tiers going into court in the AM, bruise free, and at lunch getting bruise makeup put on. But what they should do is at the afternoon break, take off their bruise makeup and go back into court with no bruises again. Says Price 92. They might get thrown out of court for any of that stuff. Says Price 92. The unbreaded lawyer is and will always be the Matthew Harris. He defends himself. Very breaded of you, Ricada. Firefox Nick, in regards to my chat about Larry last night, if he does not in fact hate toast, then he should give 100. Then I should give my 100% guaranteed never fail universal apology. I was badly misinformed. I deeply regret the error. Now fuck yourself with this exorbitantly large bag pledge of money. Firefox, can y'all not stream independently? Legal Byte streams, you streams, Emily streams, but y'all join the panel StreamYard room and each have a stream going, talking to your respective audience, but still in tag with each other? You kind of could. But you'd be screen capturing your StreamYard screen and then broadcasting that out. StreamYard, for each of us, like we have our own StreamYard accounts. They broadcast to our stuff. I can't broadcast the same room to all of us. I guess we could all kind of join a room. Emily Baker streams alone. I don't know. Again, it's just different audiences, different crowds. I think everybody's doing fine. I like the variety myself. Philip Booty says, an objection of lawyers, an overrule of lawyers. Come on now. And then Chainsaw Octopus. I can teach you how to field dress a deer. My papa taught me the right way. All right, guys. That's the show. All platforms. Rumble, Odyssey, YouTube. Thank you for joining me. This is not the show I expected to do. is far, far more ridiculous and fun. Thank you for hanging with me. I hope you have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore and Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the